June 15, 2021. The time is 5 p.m. and the regular meeting of the following will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City is Housing Asset Successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Becerra. Here. Councilmember Gomez.
Present. Is there a reason why mine is red? Yours is green?
Oh, they all are.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Present.
Mayor Jones.
Here. Thank you. We have a quorum. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on closed session items?
Yes, me.
Thank you. If you'll step down to the podium. So Member Gomez is choosing to speak as a member of the public. Good evening, Ms. Gomez. Welcome.
So yes, this is Councilwoman Blanca Gomez choosing to speak as a member of the public. I was reviewing this a couple of days ago, and I realized that a lot of these have no names attached. Typically, they do have some type of information on it, but it bothered me that there was absolutely nothing that would allow the public to be able to come and provide any type of questionnaire, any inquiries. The last one does have the city employee, which addresses Mr. Metzler, which is at least some kind of sense of what we're going to be discussing. But the former other ones don't have this. And it's been my experience that if you have at least 3 council members, they would be able to put Councilmember Blanca Gomez and speak about her. And that bothers me because it just doesn't seem right. You should at least be able to place something. And if that's not the case for today, that I'm going to be there, well, I'll find out when I'm excluded. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. It's not the case. And Mr. DeBortnowski, it's my understanding that under certain government codes, we are permitted by law to not specify the case name.
That is correct. Pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1. These are all litigation matters. And at this point, to provide that information could actually jeopardize the litigation matter.
Thank you, Mr. DeBortnowski. All right, with that said, Madam Clerk, are there any other requests?
There are no other speakers.
Thank you. Public comment period for closed session is closed. Mr. DeBortnowski, will you please make the declarations on our closed session items?
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We have 4 items this evening, 3 of which are existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1. And the disclosure of the information with respect to those items could actually jeopardize the litigation at this point. And the 4th item is public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957B, and the position is city manager title. And to the extent there's reportable action, we will report it at the conclusion of the closed session or at the commencement of the 6 o'clock regular session.
Thank you, Mr. DeBortnowski. We're now in closed session. We'll resume at 6 p.m. the following of which will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the redevelopment agents, the city as housing asset successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Gomez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Present.
Mayor Jones.
Here. Thank you. We have a quorum. Mr. DeBortnowski, are there any closed session announcements to be made?
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We had 4 items this evening, 3 of which were existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1. There's no information related to those because they deal with potential settlement discussions and could jeopardize the cases. The other item was public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957B. The position title is city manager, and there is no reportable action at this point with respect to any of those items.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to move on to the invocation followed by our Pledge of Allegiance by Captain Wickham. We'll begin with the invocation with Pastor James Villalobos of Calvary Chapel, Victorville. Madam Clerk, is the pastor here or online?
He's supposed to be here. I don't.
Is pastor in the audience?
Nope.
Can we check online? All right, with that said, then the chair is going to offer this evening's prayer, followed by the pledge to our wonderful flag. If everyone will stand and bow your heads, please. And I'll try to use my teacher's voice. Father in heaven, we thank you so much for the great privilege and honor of becoming close to you in our discussions with you. We thank you for letting us talk to you as your friends. We ask that you would be with us and give us your wisdom and your guidance. You tell us to ask for it, and so we're asking for it tonight. Father, I pray that you would give us the peace that passes all understanding, the kind of peace that makes no sense to this world, but the kind of peace that we need when situations are difficult. This city has many important decisions to make. The weights are on the shoulders of the council members here, and we pray for your whispering in our ears, whispering in our hearts, and you're leaning into us to tell us what must be done for the good of our city. We thank you again so much for being with us. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Please stand, face the flag, place your right hand over your heart. Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Captain Wickham. All right, Madam Clerk, will you kindly present the agenda and any revisions thereto?
Madam Mayor, there are no revisions to the agenda.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to conflict of interest declarations. Any council members have any declarations to make? Hearing none and seeing no movement toward that, we're going to go ahead and move on to the introduction to our public comments. But before I do that, Madam Clerk, do we have requests to speak?
Yes.
Thansk you.
The first speaker is,
I'll go ahead and do the
Oh, I'm
introduction.
sorry.
I just wanted to check first. All right, so everyone, welcome to tonight's meeting of the Victorville City Council. Your council is interested in your ideas and opinions and furthermore endeavors to incorporate them into its deliberations. At the same time, the council must be able to carry out its business in an organized and efficient manner free from material disruption. Therefore, this meeting will be administered in accordance with the council's established policies and procedures and Government Code Section 54957.9. Open meeting laws do not confer any privilege or protection for expression beyond that otherwise provided by law, nor do they permit any council member to engage in dialogue during the public comment periods. All testimony is to be directed solely to the council, and individuals may speak to issues not posted on the agenda during this public comments section, providing those issues are within the subject jurisdiction of the City Council. Individual speakers may address the council once per public comment period and once per each appeal and public hearing item for up to 3 minutes. Whether attending this meeting in person or via Zoom, once comments are invited, the speaker will be called on by name, then recognized by the presiding officer. The speaker will state each item number that will be addressed or that the subject is a non-agendized matter. For those attending by Zoom, please click the raise your hand feature located on the Zoom screen to be placed in the speaker's queue. Speakers are requested to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting, and those who do are subject to removal from the meeting pursuant to Penal Code 403. Your understanding and cooperation are appreciated. Madam Clerk.
The first speaker is Larry Keene.
Welcome, Mr. Keene.
Hello. This is going to be involving an incident that happened at Panera Bread. This incident happened a couple weeks ago with a member of this council. The actions of the city council member was totally unacceptable. For one, there was an assault, no charges filed from what I understand. But after that, there were several threatening phone calls made to the individuals that worked there, as well as their information was posted. They were being doxxed, they were being threatened, and so on. So I'm here to represent somebody that is very close to me, and I'm letting the individuals know that your actions are below the office in which you serve. Okay? I serve that flag. I don't care what your political preference is. I don't care what your color is. I don't care what your creed is. I don't care about your sexual orientation. I care about you treating people equal and people with respect. And when that's not done, somebody like me's got to come up and point it out to your face because it's unacceptable. You're an elected individual who's supposed to represent the people, not your own professional business or whatever the heck you want to follow through on. The bottom line is, this is my country. And when you act a fool somewhere else, but don't do it in the business because you should hold yourselves to the accountability standard that you have on your board. And you're not doing it. So I implore you, straighten up, do what's right for the community, not yourself. Because this community elected you. And if you cannot do that, then you're not going to be here next year or whenever. I don't care because I don't vote. I represent the people and I help vets. That's all I do. You can't hurt me. You can't take my honor by doxing me. You can't mess with my dignity because I'm way above you. Okay? Please do what's right for this damn community. The world's already going to shit.
Mr. Keene, thank you so much. If you would kindly be careful with your, thank you.
Do what's right.
Thank you, Mr. Keene. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Asvel Lopez.
Welcome, Mr. Lopez.
Hello, good evening. My name is Osviel Lopez. I'm here, I'm a little nervous.
Please don't be, we're your
Okay.
neighbors.
Well, I'm here because I have a situation. I bought a property on a trustee sale on January 7th of 2021. It was recorded on February 24th of 2021. The property address is 12065 Nino Lane here in Victorville. The property I bought, it had a notice of pendency of $168,000 from the development department, and also a sanitary and water violation for $147. And you know, I've been trying to get in touch with code enforcement, George Duran, with the lawyer Michelle McCarran, just trying to settle this situation, trying to talk the way through. You know, I was not the owner of the property. I bought the property. I did my due diligence. Unfortunately, not all of the information when you buy a trustee sale is available, you know, and I'm responsible for that. But all I want and I ask is that the city lawyers, the city code enforcement respond to myself or to the lawyer that is representing me. So the property has no utilities. The property is empty. I'm honestly afraid that someone is gonna come into the property, destroy the property, burn the property. And you know, I'm just worried about that. And other than that, I have to say it, I put my all my savings, my lifetime savings into this property, and since January, it's been a hard time for me, because I've been trying to settle this thing, either with whoever I have to settle, but no one is giving the response. So please, I beg you to please do this, and hopefully I can get some communication with any officials from the city or the lawyer. They have my number. The code enforcement officer has my number, has my email. I'm just waiting for some type of communication. I beg you. Thanks so much.
Mr. Lopez, thank you for coming before us, and someone will be in touch with you or your attorney. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker via Zoom is Jacqueline.
Welcome, Jacqueline.
Are you able to hear me?
We are. Thank you. Welcome. Do
Hi.
you know the item number to which you wish to speak, or is it
No,
a non?
No item number. I'm just general
Yes.
public comment.
Sure.
So I'd just like to say good evening, City Council, Mayor, staff, and Victorville community. My name is Jacqueline Elizalde, and as a member of the community, I'd like to make note of something very unique and rare. It's not every day that we come across boldness and courageous efforts from the leadership, but when we do, I make sure to acknowledge it. I'd like to take this time to commend Councilwoman Blanca Gomez for her outstanding leadership to her community. It is definitely refreshing to see someone not tied to special interests nor having a self-serving agenda, and whose only interest is to answer first and foremost to her community. Most recently, I had the opportunity to witness her leadership in action at a local Panera business where she stood up for the people. This is rare, but yet very powerful. And it has triggered me to stand up and speak up tonight to acknowledge her leadership. That is all for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Romero Rodriguez.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Rodriguez. Do you have an agenda item to which you wish to speak? Mr. Rodriguez, are you with us? Oh, we still see you muted, Mr. Rodriguez. There we go.
I'm not speaking on an agenda item.
Thank you.
Just tell me when to go. When I start speaking?
Yes, please.
Okay. Oh, well. Also, I'd like to commend the last speaker, acknowledging the work that Ms. Blanca Gomez has been doing for the community. I know she's been vilified, dragged through the mud, through the gutters and everything. But we have to recognize that the people voted for her twice, even though the city, the mailers, and everybody tried to dispel rumors about her. The people did decide to vote her in, and she is part of the community. And we commend her, and we respond to her, to her needs. And we just hope that more people like her are voted in, rather like the other person said, special interest groups. And I'm just, sick and tired of everything being raised, the prices, the water, the electricity, and even the pensions for all the workers there at the city going from $18,000 a month to $23,000 a month for their pensions. Meanwhile, the whole world is turning upside down. They still manage to procure their 62% raises on all the city employees and all the police department and fire department, while everybody else is pretty much standing in line for handouts. And so it's really ironic to see somebody that stands for the people, that questions the people, that questions those in power about where the money is going, why that's happening, why the people aren't being informed, and she's being vilified. And that's one of the things that we have to stand up and respond by voting people like her in power, so they represent us and not the interests of the people that have been there for generations. And that's when we have to wake the population up, because this has to stop. This has to stop. The salaries from going from $250,000 to $434,000 per year, and you have all these people just jumping from city to city. We have one of the ex-city managers going from $20,000 a month to another city for the same. And it's just overwhelming how they just try to spell rumors about her. But you know what, Blanca? We're with you and we're always.
Mr. Rodriguez, you will speak to the full council, please.
We are with you. We respond to you.
Mr. Rodriguez, you are cautioned to move on. You are to speak to the whole council, not an individual member.
To the whole council, one of them, okay, that's fine. But you know what? More power to you, and the people voted you in, and they'll vote you in again. So we're behind you all the way, and we'll win. We will win. I guarantee it.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. We appreciate your being with us. And just to be very clear for everyone, every council member here is a duly elected and a member of the council team. Madam Clerk?
Those are all the speakers.
Thank you. With that said, the
No, I
public,
would like to speak as well, as a member of the public.
hold on. Yes, please. If you'll step down to the podium, Member Gomez is going to speak as a member of the public. Welcome, Ms. Gomez. And to which item do you wish to speak? Or is it a non-agendized matter?
Several items, several things. I don't think it's particularly. So I'd like to start off with saying that it's very difficult to work with colleagues who in closed session want to hit you, Ms. Becerra.
Ms. Gomez.
And so,
Mr. Dvornowski, may I ask you to interject on this issue, please?
Yeah, we should not be discussing anything that occurs in closed session. Those are confidential discussions.
really? So if Becerra wanted to hit me and spit on me,
Ms.
I couldn't
Gomez,
say
you
that?
must
Because that's
stop.
what she wanted to do.
And
She got in my face.
Ms. Gomez did
We're
as
not
well.
recording anything in closed
Mr.
session.
Dvornowski, Madam Clerk, will you please mute the microphone from
Of
the
course you
audience
would.
member? And if you're not going to move on and speak according to the directions given you, we are going to remove recognition. Okay,
You
please
would
turn the
like to?
mic back on. Thank you.
Okay, so now you know what happened in closed session. The next thing I
Gomez,
want
that
to
was
talk about
inappropriate.
is the
Move on.
Panera event. There was an event that happened and I'm just flabbergasted that we should have police, come in a timely manner, which was very interesting because within 10 minutes, you had Derek Hoffman and his partner there. So I've been running around different businesses that are mom and pop businesses, and they won't get a 10-minute privilege from the police or the sheriff county police officers in Victorville. And that's really ugly to know, because when we have small businesses, small liquor stores who are being robbed or calling the police, I don't think a corporation should have any special privilege versus the smaller ones. And so I would hope that our police force ensures that every call is just as valuable as a corporation, even though it may be smaller when it's a mom and
The
pop.
member will speak to the full of the
That's really,
council.
I am speaking.
Yes.
Would
the
you
full
like
of
to
the
continue to
council.
interrupt me? Because that's all you know how to do.
Ms. Gomez, this is inappropriate.
I-
Please move on.
I can swivel my face wherever I'd like,
Thank you. You're
but
being
you just want
cautioned
to take
move
my
on.
information.
Madam Clerk, will you kindly mute the microphone? Recognition is removed from the audience member. All right, moving on. Madam Clerk, are there any other requests to speak?
Councilmember Becerra.
Member Becerra will step down to the podium. It appears that she wishes to speak as a member of the audience with none of the authority as a council member attached to her speech.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth.
Bully.
Becerra, I'm talking from the public. What happened at the Panera Bread with her and the invisible man back here, and it happened in Riverside, and it's happening all over. What they're doing is they're setting up businesses. Our businesses should not have to be afraid to have her walk into your business because she's going to start recording.
Make sure you address the
This
entire
goes to the
council.
Gomez will
businesses.
suspend.
This goes to the
Member Gomez
businesses.
will
for
come
the
to
ci-
order.
This goes to the businesses in
Member
the city of
Gomez
Victorville.
will come to order. Member Gomez has been cautioned repeatedly to Member Gomez is not facilitating this meeting and will come to order. Madam Clerk, will you kindly mute the member's mic so that the chair may make a ruling?
This goes to the businesses in
One
the city
moment,
of
Ms.
Victorville.
Becerra. All right, so at this point, Member Gomez has been cautioned a number of times to bring herself to order. She has not. And so at this point, the chair is going to direct her for the third time to yield herself to council's adopted policies and procedures. Madam Clerk will enter the following into the minutes. Councilmember Gomez continues to violate adopted policies and procedures despite the chair's repeated direction that she come to order. Member Gomez will suspend. This is not a court of law. Member Gomez will suspend. This is not a court of law. We follow the meeting rules of conduct and decorum. This is not a court of law. We will yield ourselves. All right, with that said, we have entered into the minutes Ms. Gomez's misconduct at this point. We are going to take a 5-minute recess with the hope and expectation that Member Gomez will come to order. We will return in 5 minutes. The member is not recognized. We're going to reconvene in 1 minute. All right, we are resuming our open session after our recess. The time is 6:26. We are still in the public comment period with Liz Becerra speaking as an audience member from the podium. Ms. Becerra, before you begin, I would like to make sure that you're speaking to the council as a whole. If you would kindly do that, it'd be appreciated.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'm actually speaking to our citizens. To our citizens, I apologize.
You're required to speak to the council.
I
Thank you.
apologize for the actions of one. It's not the actions of this council. To the businesses in the city of Victorville, you have every right to put up the signs. We reserve the right to refuse service. If they're gonna try to start setting you up by filming inside of your establishment and smoking inside of your establishment, that's illegal. You can't do that. So get your signs up, folks. But again, like I said, it's not the council, the one sitting in front of me. It's one council member. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Becerra. Madam Clerk, any further requests to speak?
Yes, Maggie Martin.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Can you hear me? Because I have terrible cell phone reception.
Okay, so we can hear you. Is there a particular item to which you wish to speak?
No, ma'am. It's a non-agenda item. Give me a moment so
you.
I can cut. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I can cut over to my notes. One moment. And I'm having to stand outside so I can do this. So hang on just a moment. Okay. So I'm going to be talking about, this is regarding Ms. Gomez's EDD hearing on May 25th, 2021. I read all of the EDDs, administrative law judges, written decision and findings from start to finish several times. It was very interesting, not surprising based on what the documents had to say. Her first hearing with the EDD was scheduled for February 23rd. She bailed out, calling the EDD, telling another lie, which was that she had a mandatory, quote, governance workshop she had to attend. It was not mandatory. She was simply stalling and buying time. This was the exact same tactic she used during several of her custody hearings 2 to 3 years ago, fabricating lies. For you, Madam Mayor, I'll skip the language. Aggravating the Superior Court judge, just like that administrative law judge, I would imagine. And all due to her extreme and irrational inability to be cooperative, even when it behooves her to do so. Just like on the city council, right, Ms. Gomez? One last point for now, Ms. Gomez, and it's a legal point.
Ms. Martin, you will speak to the full of the council.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'm speaking about her, yes. And it's a legal point. Even though you have the absolute right to claim the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination, doing so makes people wonder what you have to hide. It is my personal policy, and it always has been, to be honest in every encounter I have. That way, I don't have to remember a lie I may have told. That's the problem. You get caught in your own deceptions. You might want to think about that. Your Honor and Council, I will continue with more comments in detail at the next meeting. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Madam Clerk?
Those are all the speakers.
The public public comment period is now closed, and the chair brings the items and matters back to the council. We're now going to move on to our first business in order, and that is item number 1, public hearing item adoption of the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and the 2020 Water Shortage Contingency Plan. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is before you as a public hearing item. This is an item that was prepared in coordination with the MWA, also known as the Mojave Water Agency, and effectively as a requirement upon us as a water district to study and evaluate the availability of water over a 25-year planning horizon, and also is intended to serve as a contingency plan to the extent demand for service actually outpaces the supply. And I think the practical elements of this in terms of the actual contingency plan is identified on pages 80, 89 and 90. But with that, it's a fairly voluminous plan, but it is a required plan that we adopt to at least serve as the assessment of water availability over time and the ability of the water district to meet the demands of its customers. This item was authored by your Director of Public Works and Water, Mr. Doug Matthews. He's available for any particular questions you might have, technical questions you might have regarding this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Will you please read the recommendation?
That the Victorville Water District Board of Directors conduct a public hearing, approve resolution number VWD 21-006, adopting the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan, and approve resolution number VWD 21-007, adopting the Water Shortage Contingency Plan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to now move on to technical questions for clarification, beginning with Member Gomez.
I have a couple of questions. When was the last time the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and the contingency plan update was updated by either the state or I'm presuming subsidiaries?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. On page 8, which is your staff report, it identifies in the second sentence of the discussion section that the plan was last adopted on June 21st, 2016.
Okay. So when you said it's indicated on the second sentence of page 8, what agency are you speaking of? Because I asked for a state agency and also some subsidiaries. Would you please clarify that for me? I appreciate it.
The district is the entity, your water district is the entity that last approved this plan.
Okay, so I know this item is pertinent to the water, but I was under the assumption that we have collaboration with the state and other subsidiaries. And my question is pertinent to outside external stakeholders.
Certainly collaboration was done most closely with the MWA, who serves as the oversight to the basin, the water basin that is under the valley floor. But we also share this information with neighboring jurisdictions that have water districts. In fact, we share it with independent districts, and all of this is done under the guidelines that are established by the State Department of Water Resources.
Thank you. And how does the contingency plan get updated to prepare for Victorville's water shortages? And you can draw your attention to page 30. That's where I withdrew that information.
Which page is that?
Page 30. It speaks about water shortage. So I wanted to have some context as to how Victorville was dealing with that in terms of the contingency plan. Just generically, I wanted to understand what the process was. It wasn't explicit in there.
Well, page 30 of the agenda serves as the purpose of the plan. Is that the exact section you're talking about?
Yeah, so I just briefly, I just wanted to understand how, if we were having water shortages, how can we see that embedded within the contingency plan? So I was looking a little bit for, instead of the overview, just quickly an example of how that was taking place in Victorville, what instruments we were using, just a sentence or two, nothing much.
Well, largely there would be a cause for the reduction in the actual supply, whether that's resultant from drought and perhaps curtailment of water allotments available through the aqueduct system that could be used to replenish our aquifer. That would probably be the most likely obvious one that would cause us to react based upon the reaction of the MWA as to whether or not they pass through some of those types of curtailments. To the extent we see a curtailment affecting us, then certainly we have the ability then to impose certain measures, which are in fact outlined on those 2 pages I enumerated, pages 89 and 90, I believe it was, to where then we can start imposing restrictions on our residents. The last time we had to undertake certain restrictions, we actually required and adopted via ordinance, a code that actually required the reduction of watering for landscape areas on all properties to the point where we're actually requiring watering of landscaping to be done on certain days.
And then out of the 34 active wells, do we have any water shortages on any of them?
To my knowledge, the answer is no, but I'll let the Director of Public Works and Water, Mr. Doug Matthews, speak to that more specifically.
Can you repeat the question again?
Yes, in regards to the current 34 active wells, is there any shortages on any of them? Do we have to go on the table under the aquifer to try to, the next question will kind of clarify.
No, our wells are drilled deep enough to be able to withstand some fluctuations of the groundwater.
Okay, and then the next one is, are the wells public supply water systems or are they private?
They're public.
Public. And does the city or those sectors that act as oversight boards currently use artificial means to recharge the aquifer by injecting water down into the well to force it back to the aquifer so we can withdraw later?
We don't currently use any injection wells. Most of it's just done by percolation through Mojave Water Agency.
Okay, and then
Your
there's
time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mr. Matthews, we're having a little bit of difficulty hearing you, so could you speak up or could we turn up the mic, one or the other? All right.
How's
thank
this
you.
better?
That's so much better. Thank you. I just want to make sure that our audience and our viewers elsewhere can hear you. All right. Member Becerra.
Mr. Matthews, who else pulls from the water table that you're discussing?
All the water purveyors within the Mojave Basin pull from the water table. So all your public, private systems, even individual wells do.
So we're all pulling from the same well, you could say, and hoping that
From the same
that
pool of-
everyone else is conserving water.
We share the same pool of water below us.
Okay.
Yes.
And on reading it, we could declare a different cost if they declare drought conditions. Who declares drought conditions?
Those are usually from the state. So they'll come from an executive order of the governor and it'll be passed down through the state to declare some type of drought emergency.
Okay, and those are your plans that are in here. Thank you very much.
Yes, and that's how we would respond accordingly.
Okay. Okay, so it's not something that the water board can just make up saying we're going into drought conditions.
No, it's not arbitrary.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. We'll put together form. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, Councilwoman Becerra, I agree. This was a well put together, well-written report. I do have a very basic questions for my own edification. In the event of a equipment power failure or outage or catastrophe, what nearby agencies would we purchase emergency water supplies from? From what nearby agencies, just as for my own edification? I'm referring to page 9, the bottom of the discussion.
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Well, no, we can hear
Oh.
you. We can't hear Mr. Matthews. You're doing well.
Okay.
I can hear you.
How's that? Is that better?
That's great. And good
Yes.
evening to you.
So we do have interconnection agreements with a couple of water agencies, being Adelanto and the county. I believe we have one with Apple Valley as well, but in the event of a power failure emergency of that sort, we have probably 3 days of supply with proper rationing. We could probably go longer than that. So long term, I don't think the solution up here would be to get water from other agencies. It would be we would have to reduce usage.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just one follow-up question, if I could. You mentioned Adelanto, but doesn't Adelanto periodically come to us for water?
Yes, they have. So
Yes.
it wouldn't be very likely we would be looking at them, that's for sure.
Correct.
We have an interconnection agreement if there was some strange reason that, our supply was limited and they had adequate supply at the time. It is there is reciprocity there. I mean, it is a mutual agreement.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Matthews. That's all I have. So at this point, the chair is going to open the public hearing and we're going to go ahead and take public testimony. Madam Clerk, do we have requests to speak?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Do we have requests to speak on public hearing item number 1?
Yes, Karima Abdul.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Abdul.
Hi, thank you. And yeah, I would just like to congratulate Mojave Water Agency for putting this plan together. It looks really good. It's very future looking. It addresses climate change. We're about to go through a drought. So I'm hoping this can help us avoid some of the bad effects of that. So thank you and congratulations, Mojave Water Agency.
Thank you, Ms. Abdul. Madam Clerk?
Those are all the speakers.
Thank you. With that said, the public hearing is now closed and the chair brings this item back to the council and will entertain a motion from the Victorville Water District Board of Directors.
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Staff's recommendation?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. As to points 2 and 3,
Yes,
is there a
ma'am.
second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second.
I have a point of privilege.
Yes, certainly, Ms. Gomez.
Why am I on Zoom as Councilwoman Gomez? I'm not logged in. It happened the last time too, but I don't know. Did someone log in as Councilwoman Blanca Gomez on Zoom? Just wondering.
I want to
We're
believe
all-
all our council members are
Rich.
logged in. If you
Yeah, I
wanna-
think we all
If you
are.
want to see the Zoom video on your
Oh,
screen.
okay, I didn't know. Thank you for
Yeah.
clarification.
I just don't have mine up, but normally mine comes up too. Thank you, Member Gomez. All right, so we have a first and a second. We're now going to take discussion on the pending motion, beginning with the maker, Member Becerra.
Mr. Matthews, I just wanted to say congratulations. I see by the state that we were supposed to drop 20% for water usage, and we actually did that. So congratulations to you, your team, and to our citizens.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez, on the pending motion.
No pending questions on
Gotcha. Thank you. And the-
motion.
yes, and the chair has none. Discussion period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council has just taken action in accordance with the recommendation posted on the agenda as to points 2 and 3. We're going to move on to public hearing item number 2, proposed new electric service rate schedules. Those are the tariffs. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. At 2 locations in the city, particularly the Southern California Logistics Airport and the Foxborough Industrial Park, we are a electric utility service for natural gas and electricity. Our customer base is all commercial, industrial customers. There are no residential customers being served by VEMUS. All residential customers in the city of Victorville, actually all customers in the city of Victorville that are not at those 2 locations are served separately by Southern California Edison. At Foxborough and SCLA, annually, we do a service review to determine the cost associated with the level of service provided to those customers. And from that analysis we also identify the system revenue required to actually operate that system. This item is become an annual item for us where we review rates and make recommendations as to the rate going forward for this upcoming fiscal year. This item particularly identifies a system revenue requirement of about $946,000, which translates into a recommended increase in the power cost to those customers in the order of 7.5%. That cost is largely driven by the volatility and the change in the pricing of the commodity, which is electricity. And so effectively that volatility and that pricing is proposed to get passed through to customers at those 2 locations. I think that notwithstanding, it's important to note that as we reviewed our cost of service for the electric utility out at the airport, our rates still remain below Southern California Edison's TOU 8 rate schedule, which is the comparable rate plan that they offer to their customers. And we're still at about 7% less than their rate schedule. So with that, this item is for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the city council conduct a public hearing, receive testimony for adoption of proposed resolution number 21-054, and close the public hearing, and adopt resolution number 21-054 to amend and revise the electric service rate schedules, tariffs for utility services provided by Victorville Municipal Utility Services to all commercial and industrial customers located within the Southern California Logistics Airport or Foxborough Industrial Park.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we're going to move on to technical questions for clarification. We're going to begin with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I don't have any. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll save my comments for discussion.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Becerra? Questions on the report?
Thank you. Mr. Metzler, I was reading the background on page 503, and it says that we haven't changed the rate since January 19th, 2010. Am I reading it correctly, or that was the last time we did a resolution on it?
I'm sorry, that's the collective document. The rate schedule is a component of that collective document, which the document is entitled Electric Service Rules, Regulations, and Rates. So that document itself was originally adopted back in 2010. And as it relates to any other rule changes, or as in this case, we're actually recommending a different rate schedule. We're basically amending that original document.
Okay. And we're still within, like you said in your, when you started, we're still within SCE's rates lower than theirs, correct? So we're still providing a better service for our customers out at Foxborough and SCLA.
I would characterize what we're providing as a much more cost competitive rate than what Edison is currently providing to like type customers.
And we're going to upgrade our system also out there to continue providing service without interruption, correct?
Yes, and that's one item that we will touch on in the budget presentation as well. But yeah, one of the big capital items proposed in this upcoming fiscal year is the upgrade of the interconnect, which effectively is adding additional capacity so that we can meet the projected demand increase from new customers.
Which we hope to have out there. Thank you very much, sir. No further questions, Madam Mayor.
Member Gomez.
Yes, of the approximate yearly $1 million revenue sources rendered by the utilities, how much of it is calculated for maintenance and operation costs and also for administrative processes?
I believe that's actually later in the budget presentation. I don't have that in this particular item, but if you'll bear with me, maybe I can find it.
If you would be so kind when the presentation comes, just to probably point it out to me. I requested the maintenance and operations and also administrative costs. The next question is, what factors does the city consider for a proposal of rates to be proposed?
I'm sorry, can you repeat
What
that question?
characteristics did the city use in consideration of an increase? Market value?
No, we consider the cost of service approach, which is actually studying all of the costs that go into the provision of electric utility service. So that's everything from admin, operations, capital, associated costs. And that is a reverse analysis to then determine what is the revenue required to actually provide the level of service. So it's an analysis of all your costs first, and then matching a revenue based upon your customer class, so that you have parity and equity amongst your customer class paying uniform equal rates.
And then, so VMS gets the electric utility from SCE cheaper for making its cost effective to still be lowering costs by 7%. I'm just presuming, I'm running under assumption if that's the case. The next question is, can't the clients contract with others rather than the city for even lower prices? I'm just trying to understand.
What you're considering is a direct access environment, which that does not exist out at SCLA for customers locating to SCLA. They're required to connect into the VMIS electrical service, and we effectively procure the power and then wheel it through the grid to our customers.
And does the 7.5 increase include or exclude the 2.85 state law requirements?
The 2.85, I'm sorry?
Yes, so there's an inclusion of state law requirements, and I want to know if it was embedded within the 7.5% or if it was in addition to the 7.5. There's a 2.85%. If you would direct your attention to page 516.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's probably the power benefits. I'm sorry, the public benefit charge, and that is included.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
The public benefit charge is a unitary component within the collective rate.
So it's embedded within it?
Yes.
Thank you. And how friendly is the following temporary disconnect of survive? That's a topic. And it says as follows: any customer prior to resuming service within 12 months after such services that was discontinued would be required to pay all the charges which would have been billed if the service had not been discontinued. My question for that is, why isn't this a prorated or a scale-based consideration? Did you understand, or would you want me to repeat?
No, I think the answer to that is that would effectively be forgiving a cost associated with an actual usage, which would effectively require other customers to subsidize that cost. So it wouldn't be fair to the other customers to prorate a cost that was actually owed.
I guess I'm not understanding, because if they don't have a service and they're not being provided that service, that's the part where I'm trying to understand how would there be a subsidy?
Because the scenario you just described a scenario where they were once a customer, disconnected, and had still outstanding amounts owed.
Okay, do we have any kind of buffers to assist? Everything is sometimes could be impinging upon the person who discontinues. I don't know, maybe a breakdown or family. That wouldn't apply here then. We just kind of go with the flow and they're going to be charged. I'm just looking at a hardship. I just wanted to understand if
Your time
commercial
is
and
up.
industrial have hardships.
To the extent they do, we work with all of our customers to try to make sure that we have a program in place where they can be made current so that they're not a burden to the other ratepayers.
Anything further, Ms. Gomez? No. Thank you. All right, just a quick question, Mr. Metzler. Are customers out there at SCLA and Foxborough content with the competitive rates they've been receiving and expect to continue to receive?
I believe so. I haven't heard any concerns with respect to the rates charged.
Thank you. And much effort goes into analyzing the market out there to come up with competitive rates to secure those rates. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Mr. Metzler. All right. With that said, we're going to go ahead and move on to the public hearing, and the chair is going to invite public testimony on this. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
There are no audience members or anyone on Zoom.
Thank you. At this time, then the chair is going to close the public hearing, bring this item to the council, and the chair requests a motion from the council as it relates to the staff recommendation, specifically point 2.
I would like to make that motion as recommended per staff.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Gomez. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And a second by Mayor Pro Tem. Going to move into discussion on the pending motion, beginning with the maker, Member Gomez.
Not at the moment. Thank you for asking.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I only wanted to make the comment that although our customers are experiencing a rate increase, I do want to commend staff for working really hard to make sure that we remain competitive. So good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Becerra.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And the chair echoes the sentiments of Mayor Pro Tem Irving. With that said, Discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones,
Aye.
motion passes.
Thank you. So the council has just taken action in accordance with the recommendation laid out on the agenda specifically as to point 2. Going to move on to item number 3. This is public hearing on the annual budget for fiscal year 21-22. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I've got a presentation. If I can get that queued up, there we go. So first of all, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is your public hearing to consider action on the 2021-2022 fiscal budget. Fiscal budget is an important document that certainly serves as our policy document going forward and guiding us through the upcoming fiscal year as we currently envision the fiscal year to take shape. I certainly want to recognize those that are a part of the policy making process, and I have to certainly identify you all as the council members, as the policy adopters, the policy makers. You with your policy making, you set the tone for us as your executive team, which includes the assistance of Deputy City Manager Sophie Smith and Deputy City Manager Janelle Davidson to actually help execute on that policy, along with that of your legal counsel, which is your city attorney, Andre D. Bortnowski. A very critical part of this document in the process that the process begins starting immediately after we complete the mid-year budget review with you. So about March, April of every calendar year is when we start assembling the team, and the leadership team is who I've outlined here to give them particular recognition and provide particular thanks to, because these are the folks that know the departments, the ins and outs, and really help shape the actual expenditure plan that we can ultimately consider as a part of the larger policy document. But there's a few folks that are not on this slide that I do believe require very special attention, and that's Kim Scott, who is newly promoted to finance manager. Congratulations. Adam Cripps is our wizard with numbers. Nikisha Blewett is also very involved. Christina James and Lazaro Ramirez has been very helpful for us on those numbers that relate to the personnel side of the equation. So with them all, I have to give thanks and recognition because without them, we would not be here tonight presenting you this budget. Before getting into the better details of this budget, I thought I'd start out by at least highlighting some of our achievements over what is the current fiscal year ending June 30. And probably one of the most difficult, uncertain, very unpredictable elements that we were forced to deal with was the pandemic. And you'll remember last year, we actually had to pivot quite a bit from mid-year budget projections and make adjustments to try to be as conservative as possible to make sure that we were still able to survive, fiscally that is, a pandemic. And I can tell you with this budget presentation having now gotten to the point, and I think it's timely that it's June 15th and everything's opening, it feels like we're putting COVID behind us. And I can tell you in the chair that I sit in currently, we've survived the pandemic. And I think it's coming to an end here, and hopefully we can get back to normal. But we've survived it successfully. But I think it's important to recognize all that we had to do in our state of emergency, because we did declare a state of emergency. And we did that while we're still responsible for providing the basic essential services that made up our policy document this time last year, which is providing the essential public services such as police and fire, road maintenance, capital improvements, and we kept up with it all. But at the same time, in addition to that, we took on a completely separate task, an additional task, which is effectively operating as an emergency operations center. And since we have done that, one of the things that we did, and the council and the public probably don't get to see a lot of this, especially as doors were closed. But one of the things that we did early on was we designated an infection control officer to help us deal with everything from employee screening, securing and administering COVID tests, facilitating first responder vaccinations. It was a very critical role that that individual, which is our emergency management coordinator located in the fire department, this was a task that we had to take on to try to maintain workplace safety, and feel confident that we got through it the right way. And so that's one area that we, I believe, require some special recognition, and that is being an achievement outside of our normal responsibilities. You recall there was a period of time when there was a run on toilet paper and bottled water, and people were lining up and around Costco and Stater Brothers and all the supermarkets, and it got unsafe in some cases. Huge help by the sheriff's department in realigning its resources, recognizing the closure of the courthouse. Our sheriff and our captain worked very closely together to realign those deputies to try to provide additional safety at our supermarkets. And they did so in such a way where we were able to allow elderly to show up in earlier times of the day just to provide them with a safer environment. And a critical part of that that sense of safety is having the support from our sheriff actually pivoting and providing additional public safety resource in a very uncertain time. In addition to that, we as the EOC, we developed quarantine and isolation facilities. At first, we developed 3 of those, and we developed them initially to serve as quarantine and isolation facilities for employees and our homeless population. As we progressed into the pandemic and started navigating through it, we actually evolved to avail those facilities become expanded homeless shelters and testing and vaccination centers. We worked very closely with the fairgrounds and Kaiser Hospital to provide traffic control to make sure that the testings and the vaccinations were happening in a safe and organized manner. We also, I think, a testament to keeping things going from a development perspective. One of the things that we were fortunate to have already in place was an online permitting system, which allowed us to actually increase our dependency upon the use of that to allow development to continue to occur during a pandemic. Developers, whether they're residential or commercial developers, were still able to submit their plans online. We were still able to review those plans, check those plans, approve those plans, issue those plans remotely and electronically. I think the coolest part of it was adjusting to the tradition of actually going out in the field and sending an inspector when an inspection needed to be conducted on a home, for example, that was under construction. In some cases, we actually relied on video conferencing, using video communication to actually conduct an inspection where the video was being shot in the field by the contractor, and we had an inspector here at City Hall actually observing the video. We couldn't do that on every case, but those were probably the coolest instances, I would say, where we were able to actually adjust the way we do business to keep things moving forward. We certainly increased our homeless shelter capacity, and we secured quite a bit of money. We were fortunate to secure quite a bit of money from the federal government. I would say, despite COVID, and this was Some of what you expect us to do in our normal jobs is carry out your priorities and your goals and objectives. But despite attending to COVID, as much attention as that required, we also accomplished a lot of things despite COVID. One of the things that we improved upon significantly, I would say, is our fiscal position, our financial standing, and we actually got recognized by Standard & Poor's during this uncertain time with an investor grade rating of AA minus. And particularly, they were citing our fiscal prudence and our ability to monitor and manage cash flows as a reason why we had gotten such a positive rating from them. And that was a rating of your general fund. We've exceeded our general fund reserve, and we've done that consistently over the years. We were successful during a pandemic and actually presenting to the voters for their consideration a transactions and use tax. That measure passed. It was a 1 cent sales tax applied to goods sold, and that's proving, you'll see later in this budget, as a game changer in our ability to expand our public services. We actually installed 57 ALPRs. Those have also been huge in terms of being much more proactive in solving crime faster. And we actually are in the design process right now. We've retained an architect to help with the design of a wellness and recuperative care facility, which is approximately 156 beds that would attend to some of our homeless population needs. Another item I think it's worth drawing attention to, especially at a time when we were cooped up, locked up, and there was a need for folks to get out, especially our youth, to go out and recreate. It was no better time than to open the newly constructed skate park at Doris Davies Park. Very well attended even today. Big win for this community. The residents are finding great use in that facility. And we just broke ground on the Green Tree extension over the railroad tracks. Runway 1735 at SCLA is huge in that it provides additional life for its primary runway to continue to exist and provide service to some of the largest aircraft around the world, needing SCLA for a variety of service, including maintenance and repair. And then finally, the pandemic really forced us to focus heavily and expand our media outreach using email communication. We launched our first digital newsletter. We've expanded our video communications, and we actually were able to undertake participate in a number of drive-through events. It's my vision that as things are opening up, we're going to get back to what we had originally intended, which was reconnecting with the community and actually getting back to doing some of those pop-ups in the park. This budget relies on the strategic plan adopted by the Victorville City Council in October of 2020 and was prepared relying on the feedback obtained from residents, staff, and the City Council to help shape our mission, visions, and goals. This budget focuses on the 9 agreed upon priorities while investing in the human resources necessary to achieve our goals. Each of these items, 1 through 7, listed here as the strategic plan multi-year goals, this was pulled out of that document. And these were foundations that we used in crafting the budget document. And you'll actually see a large amount of what's in this presentation. You can actually tie it back to one of these 7 strategic goals. Some of the highlights that are found in this budget and what you'll see altogether is significant public safety enhancements. We'll touch on that in a bit, especially as it relates to Measure P. Significant community service enhancements, healthy revenue growth, strong general fund reserves, big investment in personnel, significant public infrastructure investments. That's the theme that in the highlight that you'll actually see throughout. We do have a few budget assumptions, one of which we just attended to in the last action item involving the electric utility. But we are measuring sales tax. We're assuming a sustained level. Sales tax, for example, I believe we projected at 1.5% increase over last year. So very conservative approach, and actually in the cash flows that you'll see going forward, they actually rely on that same conservative approach as to sales tax growth. I say that intentionally because we've over the last few years experienced what I would characterize as very nice surprises in the revenue spikes, suggesting that we're seeing an increased level of discretionary spending from our residents. We're actually projecting sustained development activity. So if last year we built 505 homes in the city of Victorville, which was about the number, we're actually projecting similar in this budget year. We're actually introducing a new reserve target, and we'll touch on that later. But as we dealt with electric, for example, this budget did assume an electric rate increase of 7.5%. But also you have a number of other utilities that are supported by rate plans that have already been approved by the council as a part of the 5-year rate planning process. So that involves water realizing a 3% water rate increase. Actually, the jury's still out on that. We're out to mailers and awaiting the protest vote to be complete. But this budget does assume that protest vote supports the 3% rate increase. Solid waste is a 3.2%. And while the 10.9 appears high, of that 10.9% for sewer, 7.9% of that is for the actual pipes in the ground that are owned and maintained by the city. And the difference of 3.4% is actually for the increased cost to do the physical treatment of the effluent out at the Vivi de Bure plant. This is what you're seeing in totality. This is the aggregate. I like to recognize the number of funds managed. This year we'll manage 83 funds, and I like to characterize those as 83 small business units that we're responsible for giving very special attention to. But the $298.9 million revenue budget number against the $297.2 million expenditure, that is representing a revenue expenditure plan over the aggregate of those 83 funds. And we'll talk later, but as I point that out because as we see a big number like 298, almost $300 million, it's easy for the public to say or see that large number and think that you have a tremendous amount of money to spend it on anything, but that does break down to particular units that have very specific requirements that we'll touch on. But in this budget year, you're actually projecting in the aggregate a surplus of $1.7 million, which constitutes this budget as balanced and also includes $60.6 million. I think finally, if I'm giving this presentation this time next year, while it'd be ideal to be able to show you exactly these numbers next year, these numbers do change, just as what you see on the right column, which is the fiscal year 2021 numbers. And they change because there are works in progress in this current fiscal year, for example, that get carried over. I'll give you a good example. We have work in progress out at SCLA, and I just mentioned the runway 1735 reconstruction project. Ideally, you'd want that done for accounting purposes so you can book it all in this fiscal year, but the physical work will not be completed into next fiscal year. So effectively, there are amounts that are owing for the ultimate completion. They get carried over into the fiscal year. And so I wanted to draw attention to that because if we were given this presentation next year and you pulled this document up and you say, hey, why aren't we at 297? It's because throughout the year, either we appropriate additional monies or when we close the books, there's still work in progress that get carried over to next fiscal year. So that would be the reason for some of those changes that you see. I should note specifically, and I'll end the presentation later speaking to it just briefly. But this budget does not include ARPA money, which is American Rescue Plan money that was earlier approved by the federal government, identifying about $33.4 million that will be provided to the city of Victorville. That will be something that we bring back to the council for an appropriations on both the revenue and expenditure side at a later date. And my vision right now is to bring that back at a later date when we can actually develop a plan that identifies, consistent with the regulations, how that money will be not only received, and that's the easy part, how it's spent is going to be the more creative part of it. Broken down, and you've seen this before, so I'm not going to focus too much on it, but this actually breaks down how those revenues and expenditures are categorized. I think I like to particularly note on the revenue side, you'll see charges for service. You'll actually see a number of different distinctions in how revenue is categorized. And while there's a view out there that perhaps that 298.9 million is all generated from taxes, that's not exactly how local government works in this particular case. And this slide helps you see that from taxes, which would be, for example, sale, and we'll touch on them in the next slide, sales tax as an example, your biggest revenue generating piece of the pie is coming from charges for services. And those are things like rates associated with the provision of water or electric or sewer, those types of services. So there is a difference, and not everything that we generate in the revenue is in the form of taxes. And this kind of breaks down a little bit of what I was touching on earlier, in that we have 83 funds, and those 83 funds get categorized either as an enterprise fund, a fiduciary fund, a special revenue fund, or a general fund. So going back to that illustration earlier, that the public might see that we have a budget of close to $300 million, thinking you can spend it on anything. Actually, the only fund that you really have the truest discretion with very limited rules on is the general fund. And you'll see in this slide that that represents only 26% of your expenditures. When it comes to enterprise funds, for example, an example of an enterprise fund will be your water fund, will be your airport fund, will be your electric utility funds. Those are funds that have to operate as their own independent business. So revenues generated by those independent enterprise funds have to spend it on related services for those funds. And you can't spend them, for example, as much as perhaps we would like. Maybe you'd like to spend them on police or fire. Those wouldn't be appropriate expenditures out of those funds. Probably the best barometer for health of the city is the city's general fund. And of the amount that you've seen thus far, your general fund budget is $76,481,000 with an expected revenue loan repayment from VEMIS to repay amounts borrowed by it against expenditures of about $78.6 million. Again, the revenue does include very conservative revenue estimates. This does propose a draw on fund balance, but as reported in the past, fund balance of the general fund has been healthy and has actually exceeded reserve fund targets. This is a breakdown a little bit better of the larger revenues making up the general fund. So going back a slide, that's 76.481 million ties into this particular slide. The third column from the right is where your 76.481 is, and you can see how those general fund revenues are generated. Your property and sales tax are your biggest, and I'm going to share with you the product of those two being 57% of your general fund comes from sales and property tax. I also like to compare that 57% to 59%, which is the product of the cost associated with police and fire. And in this particular case, you'll find that police and fire combined make up the largest share of your general fund expenditure, and they're exceeding, the cost is exceeding the largest revenue sources that make up your general fund. This next slide is a projection. It's a forecast taking into consideration this fiscal year and forecasting it forward, so you have a sense of how the general fund is doing. And important in this slide, and this is taking from the results of our workshop where we shared with you the desire to change our general fund reserve target and actually increase the reserve target from 15% to 17%. General fund reserve target we've characterized as being your rainy day fund. And we certainly were envisioning, depending upon this rainy day fund heavily when we had our mid-year adjustments just prior to the pandemic. But this particularly is showing a cash flow, assuming that new general fund reserve target of 17%. And the reserve policy, we actually worked on clarifying that reserve policy. So despite 17%, we're also being much more specific as to what is the general fund cash that we're measuring. And so when we were presuming the council approves the budget and this new reserve policy that we have, the definition of the reserve amount is going to alter slightly, but it's going to alter in a very conservative sense in that it's going to focus on those, the one fund of the general fund that's most important, which is the discretionary cash, and not those sub funds that do get rolled up. So for example, as we currently account pursuant to the accounting rules, the general fund roll up will include general fund 100, but it will include also funding from your CNG operations. It will also include a fund from your technology fund. And as we progress, Measure P will be called out as a separate fund. For accounting purposes, they're to roll those all up and show it as one fund. But going forward, for the purpose of establishing whether or not we're meeting our general fund reserve target, we're actually rolling out those funds and excluding them from the calculation of meeting your general fund reserve target, so that you're just focusing on the cash that is not for a specified or intended purpose other than general services. So with that, and that's really why you see the difference. It almost looks dramatic if you were to look at the general fund reserve line, which is 1, 2, 3, 4 from the bottom, the 26.89, which, and you'll see the asterisks there, but you'll see 26.89 million being your general fund reserve, dropping immediately in the 21-22 fiscal year. And I just wanted to call attention to the reason for that drop is because we're actually changing the policy, not only to 17%, but we're being much more specific as to what we're measuring in the general fund. And so, for example, when you look at the 17.37% projected general fund reserve balance at the end of the fiscal year, that does not include your technology fund. That does not include your CNG enterprise operation. It acts like an enterprise operation, or your Measure P. Those will be calculated outside of that number. But I think the important takeaway as we change that general fund reserve target and we forecast forward, I think the important takeaway is notwithstanding the deficit spend you saw earlier on the earlier slide, you actually see a forecast that still keeps us in excess of the 17% reserve target. I might need more water. This is to illustrate a little bit, and you'll kind of see this graphically now, what I just described. But if you look at the second bar from the right, which is your projected fiscal year end for this current fiscal year, and you'll see a pretty mighty number there in blue, and you'll see it drop dramatically. And that's because we're just reshaping how, again, we define your general fund reserve. But I think it's important to note that that notwithstanding, the gray bar on top of the very last bar to the right, that's actually showing the Measure P revenues. But I think the other important takeaway here is to show the difference between your 15% reserve and your 17% reserve. And you can see that back in fiscal year ending 2018, we did not achieve our reserve targets. We've done well since, and you can see as you progress and project forward to the 22 fiscal year end, you can see that both of those lines are well below the forecasted projected general fund year end balance. Speaking about Measure P, and I think it's very appropriate at this time to recognize a couple of members that have helped us get to this point. And we do have a couple. I first want to recognize the entire committee, but there are two members of the Measure P Oversight Committee here in attendance, Mr. Mark Creffield and Miss Margaret Cooker. They're in the back, and certainly want to thank you for your participation, not only in serving on the Measure P committee, but also being here in attendance. And one of the things that was important when Measure P was first envisioned was getting an oversight committee in place to ensure, because technically the revenues generated from the sales tax measure can go for general purposes, which mean they can go for anything that this council desires. The then council envisioned the need for an oversight committee to be in place to make sure that two things. One, as we are doing today, that the budget being proposed is actually being proposed consistent with the intent of Measure P. And then secondly, when it comes to audit time, that in fact the expenditures be audited and found to be consistent with the Measure P. And so with that, the Measure P Oversight Committee has met on a couple occasions now and actually had rendered a letter actually supporting the position that what's proposed in the budget does meet the intent of Measure P. But the highlight expenditures that you'll find baked into this budget is the addition of 5 deputy sheriff, 5 sheriff service specialists, and 1 crime analyst. And those positions specifically are intended to meet exactly what, or tackle exactly what the public safety plan was identifying, and that is focusing on enhancing our traffic enforcement, reducing the time it takes to respond to lower priority calls, and also with the crime analyst to help enhance our ability to solve crimes faster. I think it's important to note that notwithstanding the fact that in this particular budget, only 11 are identified, which the public safety plan was modeling if the council wanted to be as proactive as possible, 30 deputies. It's still going to be our guiding principle, and it's still going to be our plan to pursue adding those 30 bodies to the police force, and that's something we'll have to pursue over time, in large part because we are dealing with an issue to where we physically can't accommodate those 30 bodies. The existing police station as it currently sits is not large enough. We've been looking for other facilities, and in fact, this budget does include money to start studying facility needs for not only the police department, but also for the library to make sure we're cost effectively identifying the right physical location for, in this case, the police department, so that we can actually house those additional bodies. This budget also opens Station 315. We're on target to do that on June 3rd with 6 full-time firefighter paramedics. It's the ultimate vision there once we get through the budget, and it's likely going to be a part of the budget that we're dealing with this time next year. to where we actually transition that from a medic squad operation to a fully functioning medic engine company. We're basically increasing the service from 2 people to 3 people. But we do stand up July 3rd. This budget also includes 2 new Type 1 engines. One of those, of course, will go into Station 315. And I believe the other one, correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, is going to go into Station 314 to replace one of our frontline older apparatus. This budget, Measure P, also includes and speaks to your specific task of asking us to be more proactive on the code enforcement side of the house. So this Measure P will be used to hire 5 new code enforcement officers and 1 support staff. We're also making an investment at the library. We're also using Measure P to help fund needed attention in providing homeless services until such a time as we're able to build the wellness and recuperative care facility. So Measure P is, in this first year, going to make a major enhancement in the services we provide to the residents. Measure P, reserve forecast, and similar to what we do in the general fund. And this is really intended considering everything that can be baked into what was considered the intent of Measure P. I think the most important thing that we tried to accomplish by showing this was to show that we have a plan to spend. There are going to be some very hard decisions to make as we move forward, especially when we identify that facility solution for the police department. We'll definitely be looking to likely, to the extent revenues don't outpace our projections here, we'll have to make some alterations if that's the council's continued goal. We'll have to make some alterations to this plan to accommodate those additional deputies. That still remains our plan. There is a slight deviation in this budget number from what you saw at the workshop, and it's a very minor alteration. In the May 20th budget workshop, you saw 13.961 as the expenditure. As we were able to crunch the numbers better, we were able to get final workers' compensation costs, certain tax, employment tax costs, and our unfunded accrued liability costs. So this item includes a 14.02 cost that does hit Measure P. It's a $58,000, almost a $59,000 difference than what you saw at the workshop. Not a significant amount in the larger scheme of this budget, but it does fulfill the intent of Measure P. This budget focuses heavily upon the people that make up this organization, and without the people that make up this organization, it's absolutely impossible to accomplish all that we accomplish, just due to the dedication and hard work of them all. This budget finally is in a position, the city is in a fiscal position to actually start reinvesting in our employees so that we have an opportunity to remain competitive with our total compensation program, so as to compete for employees, and also most importantly, as we've been experiencing some retention issues, make sure we're competitive so that retaining our best quality employees. But this is the organization structure that we're operating under, and this was the resultant structure of the last year. And one of the things that we really tried to focus on with the executive structure, being the city manager and the DCMs, is really trying to focus on span of control. And in fact, the previous organization chart was kind of lopsided in that we didn't have a very balanced span of control. And so either our goal was either to have 6 or 7, not more, direct reports amongst the executive team. And this was the structure that came closest to being able to achieve that. We believe the 6 or the 7 was the most manageable span of control. So that's at the high level, the organizational structure. This budget does increase and invest in a number of additional positions so that we can start becoming more proactive in all services to the residents. So we have a position control currently of 427 employees. This upcoming budget increases the position control to 459 employees. Excuse me. And then, of course, the breakdown of the departments in which those employees are working are actually illustrated on this slide. Beyond the investment in new positions to try to make it more manageable for the existing employees and also to be able to expand the level of service. Beyond that, we're also heavily focused on keeping our salaries and benefits cost effective. So this budget does include a 3.6 cost of living adjustment to all full-time employees. The estimated cost for that item alone, which is spread out again over those 83 funds, is $1.1 million. We shared with you at the budget workshop where we stood from a competitiveness perspective when it came to our healthcare benefit program, and our fringe benefit was in need of being increased to keep up with the escalating healthcare costs. So we came up with a structure to where we're increasing the fringe amount from $850 to $900 a month. But we also have included in this budget a matching subsidy for the current employees up to $500 for everything above that $900. We'll match on a dollar for dollar basis with the employees. That program in and of itself costs an additional $1.06 million. We did institute a couple of programs that we once had. We couldn't, in the whole balancing act of trying to balance a fiscally responsible budget, we couldn't reinstitute it exactly the same way that the city had it about 12 years ago. We believe that was a little too generous and too costly to the city. But we did develop a program that is intended to recognize and say thank you to those employees that serve for extended periods of time, starting with 10 years, then 15 years and 20 years. And those would be one lump sum payments in the month of December. In the case of the 10 years, it's $500. In the case of 15 years, it'd be $1,000. And in the case of 20 years, it'd be $1,500. Just saying thank you for the long-term dedication and service that that employee is providing to this city. That estimated cost is about $173,000. And then also we're reinstituting a sick leave buyback program, slightly different as well than previous, but does require a minimum of 5 years of service. And that's an estimated cost of $270,000. One thing that the feedback that I got was with great praise, especially out in the fields, the positions out in the field, I should say, was implementing a premium holiday pay. Currently, if you're working a shift that actually falls on a recognized city holiday, that's actually paid at straight time currently. And so what this program will do is recognize the pay at time and a half for actually work performed on that holiday, including the permanent COLA reduction days that occur in September. So it actually comes out to about 16 days during the year to which we would be incurring pay at time and a half for those that are actually working on those days. And then finally, and really this was intended to really try to encourage and promote the use of those that have the special talent of speaking a second language, but also fits into our goal of reconnecting with our community, especially our non-English speaking communities. So for all employees, there would be a proficiency exam required both in written and orally. But for Spanish speaking currently, is where we're focused. We actually have an incentive of $50 a month being offered to those employees that will make themselves available during working time, no matter whether you work here at City Hall or out in the field. We want to have access to folks that can communicate to our non-English speaking public, regardless of where we're located in the city. So that's another item that's actually included in the overall compensation program for the city. That summarizes our employee benefits program. Other highlights of this budget: substantial investment in capital and equipment. Out at the airport, we're continuing to invest in facilities to keep them usable and useful to new tenants looking to do business out at SCLA. Parks and library, there's about a little over $1 million for park and library improvements. The water system is seeing an investment of about almost $8.3 million in system improvements. Of that, about 6.85 are for actual pipeline improvements. You've got about $17 million comprising street and roadway improvements. We're actually improving our ALPR system and adding an additional 50 ALPL cameras to signals throughout the city. That's that combined with a mobile command unit on the PD side. There's a $900,000 investment to police. And then with the Type 1 engines we mentioned, and also the CPR devices that we'll ideally have on every first line responding unit, that's about $1.7 million going to your fire department. Can't forget sewer and electric, but you'll see significant investments there, almost $1 million on the sewer side, and $1.8 million is largely tied up in the capacity enhancements we touched on out at SCLA. I think this upcoming fiscal year is going to be a great year again from an economic development standpoint. So as we look forward, we're certainly looking forward to Amazon, the last mile delivery station being built in the former Walmart building on Bear Valley Road. That's going to be 150 new jobs we're estimating. I'm anxious to go have a spicy chicken sandwich. That's my flavor at Chick-fil-A. I'm a big fan now, and that's expected to open here soon in July, actually. CarMax was approved to open in Civic, so they should be starting construction soon. Have a number of hotels coming online, which, of course, when they do come online, that's a direct enhancement to our transient occupancy tax, which is a component that will go into your general fund. Out at the airport, and I actually was out there late last week. Lot 19, they have sprinklers on site, which is the first indication that a mass grading operation is going to occur, and that will be to accommodate the 820,000 square foot warehouse building located at Nevada and Phantom. But there's more coming, and you can see that's about 2.3 million square feet of additional industrial space out at SCLA. And then finally, just on the forward look, we are updating our diff and user fee study. That will be a big task. That'd be a big haul for us to attend to in this upcoming fiscal year. But as I mentioned, ARPA, we're expecting $33.5 million from the federal government. We're working on a plan to come back to you for consideration. And then we're still keeping our fingers crossed on Project Home Key funding, which if we were able to get the $16 million estimated necessary to build the Wellness and Recuperative Care Center, we can then evolve out of West Winds, the homeless shelter that we have there, and begin something that tackles on a more permanent basis some of our homeless solutions. So with that, Madam Mayor and members of the council, I'm proud to present the budget for this upcoming fiscal year, and I thank very much every member of the staff that participated in the development of this budget.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Metzler, and I'm sure that we'll all have kudos to pass on to you in a few moments. But first, can we have our clerk read the recommendation?
That the City Council Victorville Library of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Victorville Redevelopment Agency, Victorville Water District, and City of Victorville as housing asset successor, conduct a public hearing and adopt the attached resolutions number 21-064, LBT 21-002, SCLAA 21-005, R-SA 21-001, VWD 21-012, and CHAS 21-001, respectively, for the establishment and adoption of the fiscal year 21-22 annual budget, and adopt resolution number 21-063, approving an updated general fund reserve policy, and accept the transmittal letter from the Measure P Oversight Committee.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we're now going to move into technical questions for clarification. Member Gomez, we'll begin with you.
So we are on item 3, correct?
Yes.
How much of the American Rescue Plan appropriations are included in the approximate budget?
Of the $33.5 million, none.
And how much of it was from the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund?
That is a different amount. I believe it was close to 6.2 from coronavirus relief. But no, I'm sorry, good qualifier, none in this budget. The 6.2 is recognized in the current fiscal year, not the budget that you're considering.
Okay. And how much of it was used for the following? Support public health expenditures, address negative economic impacts caused by public health emergencies, replace lost public sector revenue, provide premium pay for essential workers, and invest in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. And we're talking about the 33.5 million since we don't have the 6.2 in this budget.
Yeah, and so the answer to that is none, because the guidelines that you're reading are speaking more so to the ARPA program. That is the same program I just mentioned would be brought back in the form of an actual plan, with recognizing both revenue and expenditure.
So with the American Rescue Plan, the 33.5, none of it went to attribute to any of the factors that I enumerated. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
Thank you. And was there an increase in the library budget from what is displayed in the resolution number LBT 21-002?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I think the best illustration to answer that question, the answer is yes. And I'm actually looking at page 184, which details library and recreation, but it does identify on the expense side, library specifically, and the revised current year budget is just a little over $1 million, where the fiscal budget that you're considering is 2.3, almost $2.4 million.
And what does the following phrase mean, quote unquote, because priorities can change, projects are not guaranteed for funding. And that's found in the CIP updates.
I think that's a fair statement, and it has everything to do with the policy directive set by this council. With the policy adoption of this council and the priorities that it sets, just as it did this last October in its strategic plan, to the extent those policies and priorities change, of course, then will be our task as staff to implement those directives and then try to develop a budget that supports those new policies and priorities.
Thank you. And why is the golf course treated as a private business?
Actually, the golf course is not treated as a private business. In fact, specifically in this budget, the golf course is treated no different than any other park that's a part of your park system. I believe we have about 17 or 18 parks that comprise our park system, Green Tree Golf Course being one.
Yeah, so if you bring your attention on the bold, it says that it's treated as a private business. I was just questioning the verbiage that's on the reporting. Is the salary and the benefit recommendations included for part-timers and everyone in Parks and Rec?
There are actually items in there that do, in fact, speak to part-timers. And let me go back, and I actually meant to call that out because we specifically did include some enhancements to part-time. So for example, the first one that comes to mind that does benefit part-timers would be the holiday premium pay. That does get extended to part-timers. The sick leave buyback program does extend to part-timers. And the longevity pay also does extend to part-timers. One thing that's worth noting in speaking to part-timers and longevity pay, one of the things that we are doing, because it does happen where part-timers actually get promoted into full-time status. So in instances like that, and we have several of them that exist, we will not distinguish the difference between the two, and we'll consider part-time and full-time status combined, the aggregate of the two, as the calculator for their longevity.
And then the last question is, if the longevity pay includes part-timers, does this perhaps run under the assumption that we don't have promotions since they've been there for 10 years? I would just think someone 10 years part-time would probably move over to full-time. I'm just trying to understand what part-timing and full-time has to do with maybe not being able to get a little extra access.
Well, the same form of benefit on the longevity or stability pay is being provided. There's no difference in the amount. It's the same amount whether you're part-time or full-time. The transition from part-time to full-time isn't automatic just based upon years of service. Not all part-timers want to be full-time employees first, but part-timers, because we're an equal opportunity employer, are required to compete with everybody else that applies. And so in some cases, those part-timers are successful. Sometimes they're not.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Becerra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Metzler, your leadership team, thank you to them and the associates behind them that helped put together this. Your leadership team works for you, or do they work for us?
They report to me through the deputy city managers, but as is provided in the code, all the employees are under my direction.
Okay. And the police budget and everything is handed down from San Bernardino to us, correct?
San Bernardino County Sheriff develops the sheriff contract, the costs associated with that. And through that contract, they assign a captain, which in this case is Captain Wickham, to work with the city manager. But their reporting structure in case of Captain Wickham is ultimately to Sheriff McMahon.
Okay, and that's what I was just getting to. So Captain Wickham works for Sheriff McMahon, going through you. So if there's any questions or anything, we should be going through you, correct?
Yes. I would, as it relates to public safety police, I would encourage that. And Captain Wickham and I work very well together. I would characterize our relationship as working with each other.
And Measure P is going to close that gap with sheriff deputies and service sheriffs and maybe a new home for them, correct? At least in the future.
That's definitely the vision and the goal.
Okay. The salary and benefits enhancements, the cost of living did not get passed through to the city council, correct? Because we are not employees, we're elected officials.
That is correct. And for city council compensation, there's actually state code that governs council compensation. Compensation can be considered by the council and acted upon. Typically, state code, I believe it is, requires that the actual implementation of that not occur until after the term of the council member that they're voted in for. So that's not something we can control here.
And also the longevity pay and everything of your salary and benefit recommendations, including the bilingual pay, are not going to be offered to us that were voted in, correct?
The bilingual pay, I would say no. I'm gonna see if Josie is here.
Cheers.
Josie, will you speak to the application perhaps to council members? Because I believe it does involve, council members are involved in fringe, probably not longevity, probably not sick leave buyback.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. That is correct. The bilingual pay will be offered to our employees. The longevity pay, of course, employees, and sick leave buyback is for employees. The council does participate in the medical benefits. So the increase in the fringe amount, it is going to be offered to our council members from $850 to $900. If any council member or employee waives the medical insurance, they do receive an increase from $350 to $400. That's just if they're not interested in assigning or enrolling in the medical plan. The subsidy is not going to be applied to our council members, though. The additional $500 match is not going to be offered to them.
Thank you, ma'am. It shouldn't be. Thank you.
And if I can, and if it wasn't clear, I know it was in bold on the presentation, but the benefit enhancements that are included in this budget are for non-represented employees. I just wanted to recall that to your attention, and there likely will be something brought back once negotiations are wrapped up with the represented group, which is for our fire employees.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Well done, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Member Becerra. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Oh, here we go. Better?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a few questions. First of all, I want to say kudos to all of those who helped prepare the budget and to all the staff who works diligently and hard. This indeed is a guiding document for our city. I think it's probably the most important document for any municipality. I do have a few questions. I'm really particularly happy that we've increased our compensation or fringe benefits packet for our employees. With regard to bilingual pay, which departments have bilingual paid staff? Is that across the board or is that all departments?
Thank you, and Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, in this particular case, we're going to provide it citywide. It's not going to be for a particular department. It's not going to be for a particular location. It's going to be available to all employees that can pass a proficiency test regardless of the department that they're in.
Okay, and not that I'm a hawk on looking at line items. When will, perhaps this is out of order, but when will the Spanish translation
Took my question.
services be extended to the public meetings such as this?
And thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yeah, that is a direction that staff has been given. I know there's still quite a bit of research being done on that. But that is something that we do intend to bring back to this council shortly.
Okay, my last question, I need you to offer me this information or give this to me. Our strategic plan, we revisit that. How often is that? Annually, and do we do it in October?
I believe the plan is written and the way it was adopted is to visit that annually. And so that, October.
Okay, so I wanted to say that I think Mayor Jones pointed this out before. One would assume or believe that most agencies, their strategic plan is nicely aligned with their budget, but that's not the case. But in this case, for us, good job. So I think that's a good thing. I do have a question though. Now, I don't know if this is true, and this might be a controversial question, but I've heard from reliable sources that at some point law enforcement will be wearing body cams. Is that correct? And if so, will that come from Measure P funds, or will that be included in the capital and equipment investments?
That's a good question. The latter part of that is, I don't know the answer to that. We would have to figure that out. I don't believe it's going to be a very expensive cost.
Will the county sheriff carry that cost?
That likely, I would expect that to get passed through to the cities.
Okay.
Captain Wickham, has the sheriff made a public statement as to where we're headed with body cameras?
There's no date set as of right now.
Yes.
However, it is in the works. The sheriff, some years back, we did a pilot program through Apple Valley. And at that time, there was issues with the storage of downloading all this data and redaction and policies and procedures. And since that time, technology has improved greatly. So we anticipate going to the cameras potentially by the end of this calendar year, maybe into the next fiscal, but nothing set in stone yet, but we're going that directions. And the costs of the technology has come way down, which is good news. And we're able to use the cloud-based storage, which significantly helps our operation and putting redaction stuff that's not, that's private to citizens that can't be, made public. So I don't know
Okay.
if that answered your question.
Indeed it does. And I think that I suppose that sometimes we should
Your time is
listen
up.
to what's going on. Okay, thank you. I'll leave it alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So Mayor Pro Tem was reading my mind this evening, I believe. So with regard to interpreting services, this was one of the questions that I wanted to ask during the budget workshop and ran out of time. So I know that it's certainly, we have not and certainly should not have calculated it into our budget because we don't know whether we've met the threshold for those services, but that reporting will come to us sometime in the next few months. Mr. Metzler, do you think?
I'm sorry, which reporting was that?
The interpreting services, whether we meet the threshold for those services
I'm
and
sorry.
what that might look like.
Yes.
Okay, very good. And on slide number 17, if we look at the general fund reserves for 2021, it was 26.89 million. And then if you go into where we are now, 21-22 at 17.37, that difference, as I understand you to say, it was basically had to do with the amount of specificity in rolling, kind of unpacking those things from the general fund. But my understanding of this always was, the bottom line for me was the dollar amount held in reserves. So even though we're moving up to 17%, we're going down more than $9 million in what we're holding in reserves. So can you explain how this is really going to benefit us?
Yes, it's going to benefit us in the sense that it's going to help us be better controlled in actually relying on funds that are really intended for other purposes, such as Measure P, such as for the CNG fueling operation or the technology fund. So this definition and this change, this alteration that you're seeing gives us a truer number to rely on as a representation of true free cash in the general fund that can be available for both the rainy day fund, or as you can see, for the amounts that are in excess of your reserve target, that's considered surplus money that effectively this council, if it had a priority that it wanted to pursue, it can rely on that safely to spend.
So is it fair to say then that we've, and saying this very loosely, of course, that we've freed up about $9 million that we're not going to tie into the reserves?
No, I wouldn't say that. Effectively, what it does is it keeps that money protected for those fund purposes, those sub-fund purposes, the technology fund, the CNG fund, and Measure P.
but we're going from 26.89 to 17.3 that we're going to hold in reserve. So we're not restricting that extra $9 million that we would have done had we not unpacked this the way we are.
We effectively are setting that aside as if it were restricted for those purposes I just mentioned.
The 9 million.
The 9 million,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, and then you mentioned that in our budget assumptions that we're assuming that our sales tax levels are sustained. Do we really think that that's a fair basis, considering everything is different from the pandemic? I mean, we got a boost in online
time is
sales
up.
tax. You know my question.
I do, and based on the information that we currently have, based upon the trends that we've seen, based upon the detailed analysis that's been shared with us by our sales tax consultant, we feel confident about those numbers. And again, the forecast forward is a very small increase that we're projecting. So our approach over time is conservative, but based upon all the information that we have available, including studying the alterations or the changes in purchasing habits to online, we still view the numbers as the best available numbers.
Great. All right. Thank you. All right. We're now going to move on to the public hearing, and we're going to go ahead and take public testimony. Madam Clerk.
There are no speakers from the audience and no one from Zoom. No speakers.
All right. With that said, public hearing is now closed, and the chair brings this item back to the council for a motion. And this motion is going to be on behalf of the Victorville City Council and the council working in the other capacities as posted on the agenda.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move that we take staff's recommendation 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, thank you. We have a first. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a second by Mayor Pro Tem. That said, we're going to move into discussion on the pending motion, beginning with the maker, Member Becerra.
Job well done, everybody. Thank you. You made it easy.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Mayor Pro Tem.
You already spoke my sentiments, Councilwoman Becerra. Job well done. So no comments. Good job.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Not at the moment.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And the chair echoes the sentiments of my colleagues. All right, with that said, the discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So the council has taken action, the council and its various, acting in its various capacities has taken action in accordance with the recommendation laid out on the agenda. Now going to move on to the consent calendar, items number 4 through 9. And at this time, a motion is in order for the council and the council acting in its various boards of
I
directors.
would like to pull items for comment 5, 6, and questions 8.
Okay, so Member Gomez, in the future, please ask for recognition, and I would be happy to recognize you. And then it would be helpful if you would be prepared to make that request right after I make the announcement, but go ahead. So which ones?
If you can prompt and ask if we have questions, I would be more than willing to do that. Otherwise, it just.
The chair is not going to do that. As I mentioned months ago, it's not required by policy. So
I know, but it makes it hard for me and it seems disruptive. All I'm trying to do is question a couple of items.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Moving on, what was your request?
8, 5, and 6.
What did you want to do with 5 and 6?
Just comments on and questions on 2 of them.
All right.
So for 5, the annual review, I have a comment here. Has the correct information to the police chief, the Victorville Department. Could it be updated? If you look at that, the annual planning review, you have a phone number that's not directed to the police chief. And I think for accountability and transparency's sake, it's really important that our actions, when they're written in this form and someone calls to ask for the police chief based on the review, the annual review, it just reflects that. And it doesn't. So that's the comment for that one. The next one is for
Wait, hold
6.
on. Mr. Metzler, did you want to respond to that?
Five.
Madam Mayor, I'm on page 1001. I believe that to be a correct number for the police department.
Yeah,
It
well,
may
I
not
called,
be the direct number to his desk, but for privacy reasons, I wouldn't want my number to my desk disclosed as the public number for response. That's likely not going to get the emergency response that somebody might need when it comes to calling the police department.
So my question is on this, Member Gomez, and perhaps I'm confused, but you spoke to item number 5, which is actually wildfire mitigation. So I'm not sure how your question related.
well, if you go page by page, you'll find out that information, if you check it, is inaccurate. So if you call this phone number, you're not getting anywhere near the police station. And so I'm just bringing it up to light. That's all I'm doing.
I'll verify that. If in fact it's incorrect, then we'll make sure that the final version of this is corrected.
And then for number 6, what title is the employee ID 2377 and employee ID number 2669 as title? For the 2-week period, these 2 employees, one respectively is receiving 10 grand and the other one is receiving 12 grand for a 2-week period. So I just wanted to make sure that our community knows that we're spending dollars and how much our employees getting paid out of 450, whatever, 60 employees. So if you can answer that question in title form, I don't need your name.
So, Mr. Metzler, does this have to do with buyback?
That's correct.
Yes.
And that's all, those are all my questions for those.
All right. With that said, now the chair does invite a motion for the council and the council acting on its various boards and directors to approve action on the consent calendar items 4 through 9 in accordance with the recommendations presented on the agenda.
So moved.
Thank you. We have a
Second.
first by Mayor Pro Tem and a second by Member Becerra. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
No on 8, 5, and 6, the rest, yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Will you please make those
Mayor-
notations?
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no on 5, 6, and 8.
Thank you. So the council and the various council working in its various capacities has taken action in accordance with the recommendations on items 4 through 9. We're now going to move on to our next business in order, which is item number 10 under written communications, benefits resolution number 21-052 and the table of organization. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item serves really as a companion document to the budget that we had just approved, but more formally serves as the document that is our position control, which caps the number of employees that are actually able to be hired under the upcoming fiscal year budget. It also memorializes among the benefits just discussed in the presentation, the entire benefits program available to both represented and non-represented employees of the city. So with approval of this item, this effectively becomes our guiding benefits defining document. I think one thing important, and the reason why I'm pausing is because to try to make it easy to review this document and compare it to the last document, we've highlighted throughout the document where we actually have changes. So that you can easily track from the current year's version to what will be in effect July 1st. All those changes are highlighted in yellow to make it easier for you to see. This item has been authorized by your Human Resources Officer, Ms. Josephina Trevino. She's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the city council adopt benefits resolution number 21-052, revising the table of organization and compensation schedule effective July 1st, 2021.
Thank you. Moving on to technical questions for clarification. We're going to begin with Member Becerra.
No questions. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, one question. How many part-timers were promoted to full-time status?
I don't know the number of that, but I certainly can research it. And I'm assuming you're speaking over the period of the current fiscal year.
Yeah, this table of organization.
Well, this table of organization is for the upcoming fiscal year. So promotions under this upcoming fiscal year haven't been recognized yet to the extent they are to occur.
So in presumption that there's a majority that passes this, does it include any part-timer status here being promoted to full-time?
Promotions, the decision about promotions is not taken from this document. That's actually a separate process that is a hiring and selection process that we go through, but the actual promotion isn't a part of this action item.
Okay, maybe the terminology that I'm using as the term promotion is not applicable. I noticed there was a lot of changes in steps in here. So my term promotion was assumptive that it would create steps. So that's why I included the part-timers.
Okay, thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I do have one question. And my question centers on my concern or lack of understanding of why there are particular classes and there's a discrepancy or appears to be, it may be a discrepancy in terms of range, such as like technicians. Some are at range 27 versus range 29. For some directors, they're at appears to have been at range 64. One was at 68 and was reduced to 64. And so I was wondering if someone could give me a rationale for that.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. In the case of the reclass on the director position from a 68 to a 64, the reason for that had more to do with the change in supervision. When that particular position was classified at range 68, that involved that particular position, a director level position, supervising another director level position. So it wouldn't have been appropriate to have one director supervising another where they're at equal steps on the table of org. However, as a part of the reclass, we've changed that reporting structure so that instead of having, in this case, the position of technology officer reporting to the finance director, we've changed that reporting structure so that the technology officer reports to the deputy city manager.
Okay.
Oh, and I'm sorry, the other question was regarding the technicians. And so speaking to that, we have different types of technicians. I think the easiest way to characterize it is we have technicians that are following a clerical track, and we have a pathway for progression into the organization on a clerical track, whereas if we compared to a management technician, and we're talking about the difference between range 27 and 29. The real difference there is one pathway going down the clerical path, one going down the management support path.
Okay, so that means within the class, there may be different expectations in terms of knowledge, skills, and abilities. Okay, thank you.
That's correct, and education.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving. And the chair has no questions. So the chair now invites a motion.
Madam Mayor, motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Thank
for
you.
Benefits and resolution number 21052.
And the table of organization.
of org, yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
thank you.
Second her motion.
Thank you. We have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Discussion on the pending motion beginning with Member Becerra.
No, ma'am, no discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, I disagree with the lack of public outcomes and goals for the table of org. The public's interest is not being addressed viably. It's based on a table of org that's top heavy and hierarchically in control and command type of solution, and I can't support despite I'm not throwing the baby with the bathwater. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Chair has no discussion. Discussion period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So the council has adopted the recommendation as outlined on the agenda. And with that said, before we move on to item number 11, we're going to take a 5-minute break and return at 8:26. Yep. All right, well, good evening. It's 8:26. We are resuming our open session. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We are now on item number 11 in the written communications section. This is the presentation of Resolution 21-053, request to establish and adopt the annual appropriations limit for fiscal year 21-22. Mr. Metzler.
I wasn't quite ready. Sorry about that, Madam Mayor. Item number 11, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item, similar to the next item, they're very comparable, but in residential tracts, it's not uncommon for developers to impose or implement community facilities districts.
Mr. Metzler, I'm sorry, we're on item number 11.
Oh, sorry. Item number 11 is the adoption of the annual appropriations limit.
Yes.
This is effectively an item that conforms to state law where we are required to establish a limit on the amount so we can actually expend. In this particular case, based upon the state-defined formula, we can expend or we can have an expenditure limit of $1.25 billion. And this actually measures largely against our tax revenues of $49.6 million. Adopting this expenditure will help us conform to state law, but in no way authorizes us to spend to that amount.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you read the recommendation?
That the city council adopt resolution number 21-053, establishing and adopting the fiscal year 21-22 annual appropriations limit in the amount of $1,248,053,165 pursuant to California State Constitution Article 23B, 13B?
13B.
Sorry, government spending limitation.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, with that, the chair opens this up to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. Member Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Metzler, just so I understand, it states $1,173,000,000. That doesn't mean that's what we have, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank
Madam Mayor.
you. Thank you. Member Gomez.
This item was recently in front of the council. Would you explain why it's showing up again?
This is required to be done annually.
So it's probably the process of, can you explain? I'm just seeing it twice and it's not like it's on a consent calendar. Probably because it was the workshop, I'm presuming that's where I seen it, at the workshop.
The expenditure.
Okay, thank you. Then I don't have any questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions.
Thank you. And Mr. Metzler, this is largely an administrative task here, correct?
It is.
Thank you. All right, so I have no additional questions. The chair invites a motion.
Madam Mayor, motion to approve staff's recommendation on resolution 21053.
Second the motion.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Discussion on the pending motion, beginning with the maker, Member Becerra.
No questions, thank you, or comments.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No comments, thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
None.
Thank you, and the chair has none. Discussion period's closed. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council has adopted the recommendation laid out on the agenda. Moving on to item number 12, presentation of resolution 21-058, confirming the annual special tax amount to be levied in Community Facilities District 01-01 for fiscal year 21-2022. This is the Melrose. And Mr. Metzler, before you tee up this item, Mr. DeBortnowski, This is an item that I normally would have recused myself, but there have been some changes such that I don't need to do that this time. Is that correct?
That is correct. Under FPPC Regulation 18703 subdivision E1, you would be exempt, or you are able to vote on this, since basically this is the adjustment of a tax that is indistinguishable on your property as opposed to the other property subject to the tax. And there's specifically an ability under that FPPC ruling that this decision would not create a conflict for you.
Thank you, Mr. DeBortnowski. Now, Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This is involving property generally located in the southwest part of our community, bounded to the north by Luna, to the south by Bear Valley Road, to the east by Topaz, and to the west by 395. And a CFD is a financing tool or mechanism, largely self-imposed by the developer of that area to help fund infrastructure, and in this case was used to fund infrastructure. They can be used to fund other things such as operations. But in this particular case, because the CFD has been in place, really the action that this council is being asked to take here is just authorizing staff to submit the requisite information to the county so that the county can actually include each and every parcel identified in this district to include the amount necessary to be collected from those parcels to help pay for the debt associated with the CFD bonds. This item is comparable to item number 13, just dealing with different areas. I'm not sure if there's a desire to take them or if it's possible to take them in companion, but that notwithstanding, the author on this item is Mr. John Mendiola, Finance Director. He can be available for any technical questions or comments you might have.
Thank you. And thank you for mentioning that, Mr. Metzler. So I would like to propose that to the council, if the council would like to, since items number 12 and 13 are quite similar in terms of what we're looking to do here this evening, and they're just associated with different parcels and in different CFDs. If the council would like to consider them together, if there is, may I have a motion?
So I'd like to be recognized.
The chair has invited a motion, so we have a motion by
Leslie and then I'll
okay,
second.
by Mayor Pro Tem and a second by Member Becerra. Member Gomez is wishing to be recognized. What are the grounds for your request?
Yes, we have 3 minutes. I have questions. I don't
But we
expect
haven't
to
gotten
take
to that.
extra.
Yeah,
So
I know this is not,
combining them means you're cutting time short for me to ask questions.
I'm not doing it. It's for the council's consideration.
I'm just, okay, I just wanted to put that out on the table.
Yes, so I was happy to clarify that for you. So we have a first and a second. Is there any discussion on the pending motion to combine items 12 and 13?
Yes, I would be against doing something like that.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Any further discussion on the pending motion? Hearing no further discussion on the pending motion, Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Okay, so with that said, let me read the title of item number 13. That's the presentation of resolution number 21-059, confirming the annual special tax amount to be levied in Community Facilities District 07-01 for fiscal year 2022. I just read that because the council took action to combine items number 12 and 13, and I had previously read the title to item number 12. Mr. Metzler, would you like to clue us in on item number 13, just to make sure that we're all on the same page?
That is correct. And yeah, this is just dealing with a different area. And it's largely an area, I would characterize it west central part of town, bordered by Topaz Road on the west, Diamond Road on the east, bounded by Mojave Drive on the north, and Hook Boulevard on the south.
Okay, thank you. With that said, Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendations as it relates to items 12 and 13?
Presentation of, I'm sorry, that the city council adopt resolution number 21-058 and 059 and confirm the annual special tax to be applied to property taxes of affected parcels.
Okay, and that would be in CFDs 07-01 01, and the other one was 01-01. All right, with that said, we're going to get into technical questions for clarification, and we're going to begin with Member Gomez.
So these questions are pertinent to both 12 and 13. That were just
Yes.
combined
Yes.
by the majority of the council, with me denying that. So were the property owners and the tenants advised and notified of this tax levy?
Yes, they are. In fact, the first time that they're notified as a property owner would be when they actually acquire the property. This would be a recorded instrument that shows up on a title report.
And how does this affect the tenants if we're just notifying, or we're notifying everybody, even people who live there, or just the property owners?
This is affecting property owners. This is a property secured, so the informed party is the property owner, the person or entity that's also responsible for receiving the property tax bill. How the relationship or the effect is on the tenant, that's not known to us.
Does that also extend to property management? There's homes, I believe, that are managed by a corporation of sorts. Do they get it, or how does that work? I just want to make sure it's
If the
equitable.
property owner asks for the bill to be redirected, then I suppose they could receive it as well.
And did the city receive any feedback about the special annual tax levy?
No.
And who initiated the annual special tax to be applied to the property taxes of the affected parcels?
In both of these cases, they were developer driven, likely before there were any homes ever built on these properties. So it was likely in both cases a large area of property owned by one developer choosing to self-assess for the improvements. And in doing so, then the mechanism gets recorded on each of the properties. Effectively, all we're doing here is confirming the amount and the properties, the APNs, the assessor parcel numbers, to the tax collector so that they can collect the tax necessary to help service the debt.
Was the notification that was sent to the property owners also done verbatim in Spanish or any other language that we have in the community?
I don't know.
And my final question is, in terms of the Melrose, if the developer did this way beforehand, I'm presuming that now these homes are occupied by property owners. And you said the property owners were notified, but this was done before by a developer. I'm just trying to mitigate. There's a gap in my understanding of how this is going to affect and how no one raised concern. So I'm just trying to understand that process. Because there's people right now in all these buildings, right? These residential homes or CFDs.
I believe so.
Yes, so I'm just concerned because Melrose is something that many might not like, and I've heard that. So I'm just trying to really understand who brought it forth, and if it's here now, do we have a Prop 218 that's going to come forth, or does that it's not even relevant?
Prop 218 is not applying here. This is more a developer driven financing program. Basically, the developer chose to issue bonds to pay for the infrastructure, and the security pledge on those bonds is these amounts necessary for each individual parcel. Once those are collected from each individual parcel, those monies then are used to pay back the bonds that paid for the infrastructure. All property owners effectively would be notified upon buying the property, because it's a disclosure and a recorded instrument found in a preliminary title report.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
Mr. Metzler, this is basically a homeowner who chooses to live in these type of areas, for instance, Eagle Ranch, Brentwood, that are surrounded by these type of areas and everything. It's not the city saying you'll go live there, or this is what we're going to charge you because you just moved in, right?
That's correct. Ultimately, a buyer gets to decide, and if they're absolutely opposed or don't believe in Mello-Roos, certainly it's their choice not to buy in that area because there are areas in the city that aren't serviced relying on Mello-Roos.
Yep, everything off Puest del Sol. And it's, again, it's nothing that's.
Member Becerra, one moment. Thank you. Go ahead.
Again, it's nothing that the city makes up these costs and everything that, so we should have to notify the homeowners. The homeowners choose to move in there. We just give them their trash and water bill, correct? When they move in.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Sorry, Madam Mayor, no further questions.
No apologies. Thank you, Member Becerra. So again, with these two items, Mr. Metzler, this is really a reporting mechanism. This happens every year without fail. It's a requirement that we must fulfill.
That is correct.
Okay. And so living in one of these parcels, when our home was first being built, I don't know that, I completely disagree with Member Gomez. A lot of people do complain about Mello-Roos, and it's not turned out completely the way I wanted it to, for sure. But my husband and I both received full disclosure. We knew what we were signing on to when we did, and we knew that there would be adjustments annually. So this isn't as if something new is being tossed into original owners or subsequent buyers. This is part of the disclosure process when you buy the parcels. All right, correct.
That is correct.
Thank you. All right, with that said, we're going to go ahead and move on from the questions, and the chair invites a motion as it relates to items 12 and 13.
Madam Mayor, motion to approve items 12 and 13, staff's recommendations.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Becerra, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Discussion on the pending motion, Member Becerra.
None, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
No.
Thank you, Member Gomez. The chair has none. Discussion's closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, so the council has just taken action on items 12 and 13 pursuant to the recommendations outlined on the agenda. We're now going to move on to item number 14, the Victorville Municipal Utility Services, that's VMIS Physical Security Plan for 2021. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, though it didn't seem like the VMIS electric system really fell into the exact box requiring that physical security plan be conducted, resultant from certain regulations established in Senate Bill 699. They went ahead and conducted one and prepared that plan for your review here. Brenda Hampton is your Director of Electric Utility Services, the author on this item, and she's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk.
That the city council approve the, I'm sorry, my eyes. That the city council approve the physical security plan for the Victorville Municipal Utility Services and authorize a submission of the plan to the California Public Utility Commission.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Technical questions for clarification as to the staff report, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I just wanted to clarify that this is a requirement, correct?
There's state law requiring it, but the type of utility we operate didn't seem to require it specifically for us, but we chose to go ahead and comply despite not fitting exactly into the state law requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Gomez.
Yes. Would you kindly say what you just said in a different manner? I didn't comprehend what you stated, Mr. Metzler.
This plan was put together, notwithstanding Senate Bill 699 requiring certain utilities to conduct this security analysis. given the type of facilities we have, it didn't fit exactly into what SB 699 seemed to be concerned with. That notwithstanding, we decided to conduct the analysis regardless and prepare it for your consideration.
Okay, and I'm running under the assumption that this bill somehow triggered the city of Victorville to somehow see if it fit with the compliance process of the requirements. But hearing that it didn't, but the city still preferred to do this, what was the impact of the cost in rendering an outcome of what we have today in front of us?
This was a staff-driven report, so just time. I think if there is a value to be achieved out of this is to the extent as VMIS grows, this certainly can serve as a template to be used on go-forward years.
And so the utilities in the city of Victorville, somehow someone felt that the purpose of SB 699 needed to be measured, but the outcome was we didn't. I'm trying to understand this. It just didn't make some sense.
Yeah, we chose to go ahead and comply was the ultimate decision.
Okay, so let me try to reframe it again. So how do we comply how does the city of Victorville comply with something that SB 699, we don't have the requirements or the characteristics or the factors? Are we doing our due diligence just to make sure that we're up to par for the city of Victorville's protection, but excluding the state since the state we didn't fit into it? That's what it seems like you're trying to get out of it.
I think perhaps maybe we are being a little overly responsible and addressing this requirement.
Okay, the next question is, I see that there's an intent of a third-party review for Victorville. Was Victorville thinking of coalescing with the county as a partner?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so the writing in red just shows third-party review. So I was just thinking, is that an accountability issue? I read through it and it seems like perhaps that might be it, but I don't know if it was a type of partnership, knowing what I just found out about trying to comply and being more responsible. When was the VMIS Utility Security Plan born?
Well, this is the first one.
Got it. I thought so, but I think just in case I missed it, I wanted to make sure. I've never seen VMIS come up with anything of this nature. So the next question is, with section 2.28.100, was this item modified when we modified the municipal code? Was this also a part of it?
No.
No, it wasn't. And then my next question is, what power is wielded when we give solicitation of bids
Your
for
time is up.
supplies and equipment to the manager?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I don't understand the question.
Can you repeat the question, Member Gomez?
Yes. Let me look. But what power is wielded in the solicitation of bids for suppliers and so forth when we give this ability to the city manager?
I think that's taking it. I'm sorry, that's taking a definition out of the code. It's allowing me the authorization to act upon this plan.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Becerra.
No questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And Chair has none and invites a motion on this item.
Madam Mayor, motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Becerra, second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Discussion on the pending motion. Member Becerra.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Not at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. And the chair has none. Discussion's closed. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendation laid out on the agenda. Moving on to item number 15. This is local streets and roads funding project proposal to California Transportation Commission for fiscal year 21-22. Mr. Metzler, will you introduce the item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, this item is effectively seeking your authorization to submit an application to the California Transportation Commission. It's been identified that through SB 1, approximately $2.4 million can be made available to help offset road construction projects. So with that, this item. There's been a number of projects identified in the staff report that we believe if we receive this money, which we should, can use to supplement the costs associated with those roadway projects.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the city council adopt resolution number 21-062, which adds funding to the Industrial Boulevard and Silica Drive and Arrowhead Drive and 7th Avenue projects for submittal to the California Transportation Commission to be eligible to receive local streets and road funds, and authorize staff to submit these projects to the CTC.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to go into technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. We're going to begin with Member Gomez.
Yes. So looking at the projects approved funding, what performance management tools were used to come up with the project shown for the approved funding? I'm sure it was not nilly-willy. There was some kind of tool used to measure that. So I was just curious as what was used for these streets.
None.
When you say none, you mean it was just nilly-willy? I'm just trying to get a better understanding of why these streets versus other streets.
No, your question specifically asked whether or not performance management or what performance management tools, and performance management tools aren't factored into this particular item. I think what factors into this particular item is what is this city considering as a part of its capital improvement program that are roadway construction projects that fit into the eligibility criteria of the CTC. So with that, we've basically married up those projects that this city is intending to pursue as roadway reconstruction projects. We just looked at some of those in the budget presentation. And with that, we're trying to match those up with this application to help perhaps even supplement and free up Measure I funds if we're able to get this money.
Okay. As when I asked for performative tools, I was looking for collaborative efforts, communities of practice, collaborative capacity building, et cetera. I thank you for your response.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Becerra.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair has none. The chair invites a motion to adopt the recommendation set out on the agenda.
So moved.
Thank you. We have a
Second.
first and we have a second. I'm going to now take discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Member Becerra.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Not at the moment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And the chair has none. Discussion's closed. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council has adopted the recommendation laid out on the agenda. Moving on to item number 16. This is the agreement with County of San Bernardino for pavement rehabilitation in Mountain View Acres area. Mr. Metzler, will you tee up the item, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. There are occasions when the city boundaries abut another jurisdiction's boundary, and the boundaries meet up as a center line to a road. And that's certainly the case in this particular item where the County of San Bernardino, particularly in islands, county pockets that we call Mountain View Acres, where the joining of our jurisdictional boundaries is in the middle of a roadway. So effectively half of a road is the city's, half of the road is the county's. And so the County of San Bernardino has pursued rehabilitation or even paving of some of its roadway systems in the Mountain View Acres. And there are a few roads where we have joint interest in Emerald Road, the segment of Emerald Road, La Brisa, Anacapa, Dos Palmas. Those are the ones that come to mind. And there's about a length of 1.6, almost 1.7 miles of roadway where half of the road is actually in the city's jurisdiction. So to avoid the potential where you have half of a road, one side of a road, if you will, newly paved and another side of the road not newly paved, this eliminates that. And so the county has asked if we're willing to participate in sharing in the cost for those particular segments so as to avoid perhaps that unnatural look of having half a road paved and not. So staff believes it's appropriate to do so in these particular areas. So with this, this item would address the funding for that. Your technical expert on this matter, the author of the item, is your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gangler. He can be available for any questions or comments you have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
Staff requests that the city council approve the attached agreement between the county of San Bernardino and the city, obligating the city for a cost participation up to $102,000 for pavement rehabilitation of certain city streets in the Mountain View Acres.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. We'll begin with Member Gomez.
None at the moment.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and the chair has none. At this time, the chair invites a motion to adopt staff recommendation.
I'd like to move the item as recommended by staff.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. We're going to begin discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Gomez.
None at the moment.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair has none. Discussion's closed. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
I'm sorry, that motion passes.
Thank you. So the council has adopted staff's recommendation. Moving on to item number 17, recommendation for appointment to the Victorville Planning Commission. Mr. Metzler, will you preliminarily tee up this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. A vacancy exists on the Planning Commission. And the vacancy exists resultant from the position being supported by prior council member Ramirez. With no council member in place to make the nomination for that vacant position, we relied on municipal code to help develop a process for this unique experience to where the process is undertaken where the mayor nominates the commissioner and then the council ultimately approves. Following that provision of the code, staff took it upon itself to facilitate the process, which included a pretty wide spread advertising campaign using social media, mainly to promote the position vacancy, position availability. We did receive a number of responses from interested residents. We received about 22 applications, and there was a screening process facilitated between the mayor and the city manager, and then ultimately interviews conducted by the final 4 candidates. So with that resulted from the interviews conducted by the mayor has shared with me her recommendation, which we're carrying forward in the staff report for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. And Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation before I continue with the introduction of this item?
That the city council appoint Paul Marsh to serve on the Victorville Planning Commission as recommended by Mayor Jones.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So it certainly is my honor to present to the council my nominee for the position of Planning Commissioner. But I just want to add to the tee-up that Mr. Metzler gave. The selection process and the criteria I used for the position was the following. My objective was to bring to the council a highly qualified nominee who will be able to begin the work of the commission immediately with little to no learning curve, as there is much work to accomplish on the commission in the next year and a half. Candidates were evaluated in 3 primary areas: competence, character, and commitment to the betterment of our community. Regarding competence, I focused on business savvy, leadership skills, the ability to team effectively with current commissioners and city staff, and specialized skills or knowledge commensurate to the demands of the position. The interview process was uniform, rigorous, fair, and impartial. No preference was given to any candidate. Letters of interest and resumes were viewed as integral components of the interview. So now may I present my nominee to you? And with that, Mr. Marsh, will you just kindly stand so we can all see who you are? Thank you, Mr. Marsh. You can stand or sit down, it's your choice. So I was particularly interested in nominating an individual with specialized knowledge and relevant experience that would not only translate well to the work of the commission, but also complement the talent that already exists there. This is a 1.5-year seat, and in my view, it is imperative that the person appointed be ready to hit the ground running with zero learning curve. By having already served admirably on the Victorville Planning Commission for just shy of 4 years until February 2021, Mr. Marsh demonstrates that he is fully equipped for the work ahead. And although he has not been on the commission for the past 4 months, he continues to attend meetings faithfully. That's commitment. He has a skill set demanded of an effective planning commissioner, is up to date with the matters now before the commission, and has a solid understanding of the work that lies ahead. He is a lifelong resident of Victorville who is passionate about improving the quality of life here. Mr. Marsh is a mortgage loan originator on commercial, residential, and hard money loans. His character is impeccable, and I believe him to be the right fit for the Planning Commission, and he's an exceptional family man. In consideration of all that I've put forward, it's my honor to now move that the council confirm the appointment of Paul Marsh to the Planning Commission. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by the chair and a second by Member Becerra. We're now going to ask just if there are any general questions of me concerning the candidate that will help you in your decision.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I have a few questions as to the process, definitely not about Mr. Marsh.
Thank
but
you.
The process.
Yes.
You've already spoken to the fact that you use a set of criteria that would lend itself to applicants being experienced, correct?
Yes.
And having knowledge of the position.
Right.
That would mean whoever that person is would have had prior experience. Perhaps they would have either acquired it because they had already served on the commission, and or perhaps they acquired the experience in another place, another entity, municipality.
Well, yes, partly. Part of the criteria for selecting the candidates to interview was certainly those two things, but also if someone demonstrated through their letter of interest or their resume a certain skill set or talent that was befitting to the position.
Such as?
Well, Mr. Metzler, I'm just trying to think. I mean, we've had a number of people that have, well, one example is we had a candidate who worked as an alternate commissioner years ago. So not direct, and I don't know that he actually ever sat, but he was certainly familiar with the process.
Okay. The other question that I have would be, I don't know, this probably is a matter of opinion. Generally, commissions and boards, such as ours, the Planning Commission, usually leads to other or access to opportunities for additional, for, how should I say it, access to additional opportunities for governmental leadership. There's a pathway.
It could be, but not necessarily
necessarily.
with our Planning
Right.
Commission for sure.
While I applaud the recommendation, I'm thinking about the composition of our Planning Commission. Generally, I would think after the census that we've just taken, the complexion of the community, I would think that I would think that a female would be involved. And of the 4 persons that were, narrowed down, were any of them female?
Yes.
I see. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yes, absolutely. All right. With that said, we have a motion and a second.
Are you going to be asking all of us? Because I have
I
questions.
asked if anybody had, so Mayor Pro Tem spoke up, but sure, you
Yes,
can
so
ask
do
me
I.
questions.
Well, I don't know if they're for you necessarily, but you can answer it. So what paper process did you use to come up with the conclusion that you stated you did?
I'm not sure what I mean
So
by
when I paper
pro-
process, when we apply for a position, generically we have everything enlisted so that we show their education, their actual involvement with the community, things of that nature. Just like if Ms. Trevino were to be receiving an application, it wouldn't be on her fairness to bring someone. She would have to hopefully be impartial and grab the paper and give it to all of us and be like, okay, you guys are part of the panel. What do you think? I mean, that's what I imagine.
Okay, so the process began with all of the advertising for the position, and it was quite detailed and went on for some time. And so the request made in all of that advertising were that those interested in applying for the seat would submit their letter of interest and resume. And as I understand it, there were some people that didn't comply completely. They provided one or the other, and a courtesy call was given to those individuals to provide the other part of it. So the information that helped us move forward was contained in the letters of interest and resumes.
And what requirements were initiated? Because it's my understanding that they don't have to have any experience and they don't have to be a certain age to be able to play a role when they're appointed and approved by majority.
Well, that's, I suppose, correct, because traditionally, each council member gets to bring forward a nominee when they're elected to serve on the Planning Commission. And you're correct, our code doesn't require any specific experiences or anything like that. I chose to go beyond that for the benefit of our community and our businesses, to delve more deeply into that. And I gave particular weight to experience or talent that's commensurate with experience, because this is a 1.5-year seat. And typically, anytime someone is newly appointed to the Planning Commission, as an example, there's a learning curve. And our new commissioners who are doing a fine job, they're 6 months into this, and they're still have much to learn, certainly. And with the nominee that I've put forward, Mr. Marshall has 4 years under his belt and has performed quite well. And I think he would be an asset. Again, it's a 1.5-year seat. So I wouldn't wish that time be consumed with completely with learning. I think it's important that we be able to move on and get the business of the city and improving our quality of life going forward.
With the current planning commissioners that we do have, is work somehow hindered by having a missing link there? I'm just wondering if it's required to have the 5th one since we're operating on 4.
Well, I don't know that it's required, but certainly we have the capacity to do it, and our municipal code allows for it. So it's always better when we have a full complement of commissioners serving our city.
And then did you receive anything of concern for your selection for the people who did apply? Maybe they felt they were justified in meeting your goals, but they might have felt that perhaps you had someone else in mind. So
actually, no. When I sat down to interview every candidate, I was very clear with them, much as I was with you this evening, that no preference was being given to any candidate. They were each told how many people applied and how many people were being interviewed, and why they were being selected. Why they were selected for the interview was because of the reasons that I laid out here this evening. So my impression was that all of the candidates that interviewed, and by the way, they're all admirable people. And first and foremost, that they're willing to serve on the Planning Commission, which is no small task. It's time consuming. It requires a lot of knowledge, a lot of study. And just that they were being willing to do this, I think, is a testament to the good people in our city, and certainly a testament to those that were elevated to the interviewing process. So my take on it was that they were very happy.
Madam Mayor, if I might, just speaking to the uncertainty about whether or not the Planning Commission requires 5 members. In fact, looking at the municipal code, the cited section that is in the staff report, which is 2.12.010, it says a planning commission of a city is created, which planning commission shall consist of 5 regular members.
I stand corrected.
And so the final thing is, I was reached out by a couple of individuals who felt that it was not justified. So I just wanted to let you know that it wasn't fair to some of the individuals that thought there was some type of bias in there. But anyways, that's for the record to be reflected. Thank you.
Sure, but I would like to, and I thank you for that, Member Gomez. I would like to assure Member Gomez that the process was very deliberate, very fair-minded, and with the ultimate goal of making sure that we're doing right by our city and able to function at full capacity. All right. Member Becerra?
No question.
All right. With that said, we do have a first and a second, and we'll go ahead and take a vote. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Nay.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion fails. It's a tie vote.
Thank you. So we have not appointed a planning commissioner this evening. And I'll get with Mr. Metzler to see what our task is going forward, since he did read the ordinance and it does require that fifth seat be filled.
Madam Mayor, may I just bring one thing to the attention of the council? I'm guided by a particular, I guess it's a law, AB 931, which deals with local boards and commissions and representation and appointments. Though this law will not be enacted or become a requirement until January 1st, 2030, it does speak to the underrepresented persons of particular communities. One of them is gender. So while I want to say thank you for the hard work you put in to make the selection, I am guided by this. And though it is not law until 2030, I think of our city as a progressive one. And I don't see any harm in getting ahead of the curve. So with that,
That's 9 years down the road.
I know, but when you think about terms, it's not that far. And I'm guessing I was thinking about the composition of the commission at the beginning.
I
And
appreciate that.
yeah.
I appreciate
Denise
that. I
Wells,
appreciate that. We
right.
all get to make the decisions that we need to.
But I
to
appreciate
make.
you, so I want you
Yeah,
to know
no,
that. Thank
I'm
you.
good. I'm good. I just want the council to know that going forward, however we do, I'm still going to use the same criteria and looking for the most qualified individual to fill that seat.
I hear you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 18. Request to approve award at Atlas Copco for the replacement of the D Street CNG station oil cooler. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Yeah, this item is intended to purchase equipment necessary to keep the CNG station running, particularly the compressor components of the facility. This item was authored by your Director of Public Works, Mr. Doug Matthews. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the city council approve the award to Atlas Copco for the replacement of the D Street CNG station oil cooler in the amount of $70,537.11 as budgeted for in the fiscal year 2021 capital improvement project CIP budget.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Technical questions for clarification, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a quick question. Well, I don't have anything, I don't have a concern about the item before us. And reading the discussion, I have one quick question. Is Burtech buying CNG from Victorville?
Yes, I'm not sure what this one.
And is that a condition of the contract? I know they're required to use the vehicles that are fueled with CNG, but are they buying the fuel itself?
And yes, actually, it is a condition of the contract currently for them to purchase it through the city of Victorville.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Gomez?
Yes, just the city's refuse collection vendor Burtech is contracted by the city to provide waste services and is further mandated to operate CNG powered trucks. Just the clarification, the city's refuse, sorry, I don't know. Can you help me? What's going on there? It's their refusal, the city not allowing this to occur. Obviously, it's not but
So-
it's just the city's refusal collector vendor. That doesn't.
They're our
mean-
refuse vendor. They collect our trash.
Okay, so it's REFUSE to refuse or a
No,
refuge?
It's a refuse.
Oh,
Refuse.
Okay, so it's a different contextualized term that I'm not familiar with. Okay, I appreciate the explanation. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
Mr. Matthews, is the D Street station still a fast filling station?
Yes, it's not slow fill. It's fast.
It's a fast filling, okay. So this cooler that's needed is needed to help continue it being a fast filling station.
Yeah, to continue to run. It can run, but only if it's monitored currently.
Okay,
So without this part, it has to be manned when we use it.
okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Becerra. The chair has no questions and invites a motion to adopt staff recommendation.
Motion to approve, Madam Mayor, staff recommendation.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Becerra, second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Discussion on the pending motion. Member Becerra.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Not at the moment.
Thank you. Chair has none. Discussion's closed. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So the council has just adopted staff's recommendation. We're now going to move on to the final sections of our agenda, beginning with item number 19, City Manager Reports. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. A few items to report. Touched on one in the presentation, but on June 10th, that was the actual date where we actually issued the permit to start construction on the 820,000 square foot building out at SCLA. A few engineering projects. We've got pavement reconstruction and storm drain replacements on Industrial Boulevard, Silica Drive, which are scheduled to begin Monday, June 21st. We actually had the DBE workshop and reporting back to you on that. We held that on June 10th with multiple prime and subcontractors in attendance. The main focus of that workshop was opportunities relative to the upcoming Bear Valley Bridge over BNSF. The bid opening for that project is currently scheduled for June 24. On the Rec and Library side, this past Saturday, June 12th, the Recreation Division held our first Movie in the Park event at Hook Park for the summer. Approximately 100 participants enjoyed the Trolls World Tour movie with a themed craft for the kids. Advanced registration was required due to COVID-19 guidance in effect at that time. Additional movies in the park are scheduled at Hook Park for July 10th. Then we're going to show The Goonies, and August 14th, Raya and The Last Dragon will be at Hook Park on August 14th. On the library side, we'll be taking another step in reopening starting tomorrow, June 16th. Hours and days of operation will be limited to Tuesday through Thursday from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Operating hours will be increased as we hire additional staff and finish with the summer reading program. The curbside and online services will remain available at the library. Appointments are still required for the passport services, and the computer lab will remain closed at this time. But the computer printer access outside the lab will be available on a first come, first served basis for our customers. Madam Mayor, that's all I have.
All right, moving on to item number 20, discussion and possible action regarding upcoming agenda items. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I don't have any. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, I'm making a motion that requires a second and a vote. A motion to bring a myriad of interfaith as soon as possible to conduct a convocation at the city to help shape the future in which cultural and religious differences are celebrated, bringing all people together to address common challenges rather than to sow mistrust, discord, and violence.
Thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies.
The second is a motion to bring forth body cameras on sheriffs in Victorville who have direct and indirect contact with the public in the city.
Okay, Member Gomez, this was brought to the council a number of times before, and it was they received no second, so we're not going to continue with this evening. We already know that that's in the works.
So then
Moving on.
It fails is what you're saying, right? Because for no
Saying
second.
that the chair is not going to entertain the motion as you would have to suspend the rules to reconsider it, as the several councils have previously not even seconded that request. And we've heard this evening from Captain Wickham that that's already in the works and has been for years. And we already have a date as to when, general dates as to when that could come to be in our community.
Yeah, for correction, there are no dates. So the next motion is motion for the city of Victorville to recognize June as LGBTQA as Pride Month.
Is there a second? No second, motion dies.
This next one is motion to appoint Adrian Belcher to the community services as soon as possible.
Motion isn't appropriate at this time. Member Gomez simply has to provide, as I did, the information to
It
the
is,
city
it's been
clerk.
provided.
Madam Clerk, has the information been provided to you?
We've had his resume on file since the last time. Since
Is it the
previously.
same information, Member Gomez?
Yes, it always has been.
It has not been provided since last directed by Ms. Gomez to provide it to the city clerk.
Okay, so Ms. Gomez, please provide it and
I
we'll be
did-
happy to
I
put it
can
on the
pull out
agenda.
emails and put them as part of the record.
Has,
I have not received anything.
okay, so no, it's not been received. So it's just a matter of an email, Ms. Gomez, if you would kindly send that over.
It'll be
Any other
timestamped.
requests?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Member Becerra?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you. The chair does have a request. In view of the June 2nd incident at Panera Bread in Victorville, I move that we direct the city attorney to prepare a formal resolution for council consideration to indicate that the actions and statements of Councilmember Gomez in connection with the police investigation on June 2nd, 2021 at Panera Bread in Victorville are repudiated by the city council as they were, number one, in violation of the city council's policy and procedures manual. Number two, inconsistent with the city council's adopted and agreed upon norms. And number three, not authorized or supported by the city of Victorville. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez. No. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I abstain on that. I'm not really sure. Are we formally reprimanding the council?
It's for the council. It's a resolution for council consideration.
It's just for consideration?
For consideration.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay,
Mayor Jones.
yes.
That motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
So that will appear on the next agenda. All right, that's the only request that I had for this evening. And let's see, we have our final item, which is reports from council members, beginning with Member Gomez.
Yeah, I've been meeting with for-profit, nonprofit organizations to collaborate on civic initiatives that deal with wicked problems through knowledge sharing, informational design, and engaging in collaborative efforts on behalf of publicly mandated missions and goals. The continual virtual platform meetings to ensure civic initiatives are transmitted and communicated in all social and political relations that our network outreaches to. And as I continue to partner with the different sectors as Councilmember Gomez, I'm able to challenge with networks a more collaborative capacity building rather than a hierarchical or fragmented type of control and command government, always considering the need of the public and the people first, not status quo institutions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Becerra.
Nothing to report, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, thank you. I want to first acknowledge and thank the High Desert Keepers and the High Desert Project for inviting me out to their community cleanup on Saturday. My family and I enjoyed ourselves. I'm looking forward to, to attending more community events. Additionally, I had the great opportunity to visit Millionaire Minded Kids, their new facility over on 8th at the Victor Elementary Central Office. They're doing some wonderful things. I was really impressed. A couple of kids called me out for not having my business card, so I had to rush home and at least, show up and be a lady of my word. Outside of that, I don't have anything else to report. Again, I look forward to seeing everyone around town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I've continued to attend meetings that I've been appointed to, or boards and commissions appointed by the council. And am working on a presentation for the City County Conference coming up, as Victorville will be represented as to the how we handled the pandemic, lessons learned, things that we were able to accomplish through that. So I'm looking forward to that. And in advance of Mayor Pro Tem sitting in my stead at the SBCTA Mountain Desert Policy Committee, I want to thank you in advance.
I have a quick question. For your presentation that you're going to give, are we invited to come and support
Well,
you?
that's a good question because it seems to be a little different. Normally this happens at Lake Arrowhead for like a day kind of thing. This
Oh,
is
I
only a
see.
3-hour event and it doesn't seem like
If
the
the
invitations
opportunity,
have gone out, but I think that they're supposed to. I don't know if I know
would
it's going
like
to be
to
viewed
support you.
online. Oh, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
That's what I'm asking.
Thank you.
If the invitation is there.
I just
I
don't know if
would-
they've limited attendance because it seems like they're doing it differently, but we'll find
gotcha.
out. We'll find out, but we would love for you to
Thank
be
you.
there. All right. All right. With that said, Member Becerra, did I ask you? I did. All right. With that said, that concludes our business for this evening. And as a matter of housekeeping, all council members, staff, and audience members will kindly vacate council chambers in City Hall within 10 minutes. That's 9:37 this evening so that these facilities may be cleaned and secured